Okay, so how's everybody doing? Let's see what I have to do here. Unfortunately, I had to reset my phone. Okay, so how's everybody doing? Okay, that's working. Okay. Ooh, yes. Let me get this. Ah. Yes, we're going to talk about a few things, and this is only going to last an hour, and we're just going to deal with facts. We're going to talk about being logical, okay, and how some people logically, there are some people you just shouldn't be following in order to help better yourself. Okay, some people you just have to understand are just there for entertainment, and nothing's wrong with that. In our lives, nothing's wrong with listening to people's opinions and various things they have to say for entertainment. It's gonna be 1 hour. 1 hour, chef, 1 hour is difficult because the conversations get heated in this area. We have fun in this area. That's why they end up being 8 hours. Hi, chef, and hi, Ida Storm. See, a 8 hour stream when we're not talking about nothing at all, that would be kind of lame. But we actually, unfortunately, it's wrapped up in 8 hours. But you might learn a lot. We have fun, we laugh, we kid, we joke, and then we educate each other, right? But this one is going to be 1 hour because I want to keep this up, and I'm going to stick strictly to the points, the facts. Okay, I'm only going to talk about facts. I'm not going to crack no jokes or none of that. Okay, but I do thank you for coming, though. I do thank you that. Okay, so we're going to talk about first. Let's talk a little bit just about myself. When when people are in the hangout, or even when you're in the chat area, I most definitely am respectful. I say hello to everybody, and I allow people to say whatever it is that they say. You do not get blocked in my area unless you're coming in here being disrespectful on some real nasty foul shit. Like if somebody came in and started using the N word, the racial charge type of shit. You know what I mean? If somebody came in, basically that's the only one that might get me to block you and make on that bullshit. But other than that, I feel like people have the right to come in and say what it is they have to say, whether we agree or disagree. Also, just because I'm chatting with someone in a hangout, just because I'm giving them everybody a voice to speak their opinions. So I'm not here to tell them that they're wrong. I'm not here to say, look, you're wrong. I would kind of phrase it and say, well, have you ever thought about this? Or could it be this? What about this? It's just to give them a different perspective. But I'm not here to tell someone that they're wrong and full of shit unless they are outright lying and they're outright full of shit. And usually that's that disrespect that comes after you come after me with it, then I'll come after you with it. But then the next day, I done forgot all about that shit. I don't hold grudges because this is the internet. Okay, so that's a little bit about me. So, yeah, some of you, I know you hear people come in and they chatting it up, and you might hear me say, oh, I understand where you're coming from, or I see how you have connected those dots, right? And that some of the things that people say, hi, Rex, some of the, and Hooded One, how you doing, my brother? Some of the dots you hear people say, some of the things you hear people say, I look to see, okay, where they're from, their family structure, and I can see why they think what they think. And so when you hear me say, oh, I understand, I can see where you're coming from. That's all that means. It doesn't mean that I agree. It doesn't even mean that I disagree. Okay, so that's how that comes. Hi, Tabitha. That's where that comes from me. That's not me neither agreeing or disagreeing. I'm here to have the men explain to us how they feel. Ladies, I think it's important for us to not only tell us how they feel, but if they can break down and tell us why they feel that way. And if you really follow them and you want to learn, we want to learn from each other. That's how we have to do this. We can't just start throwing our opinions on them. You know what I mean? Like, listen to what the brothers have to say, and ladies as well. Hi, KD. You know, where the ladies can come up and say, hey, brothers, you know, y'all talk about this, that, and the third, but you don't really know. And you don't really know because you're not a woman, you know, especially with that thing. Remember, we had some men who were supporting this fact that a young girl, as soon as she starts her menstrual, she's a woman. And, you know, and the ladies, we was like, hell no, what the hell are you talking about? But think about this, a man might not understand. See, because just because a woman, a little girl can have a baby because she started a menstrual, doesn't mean that she should. Doesn't mean her body is really ready for that. Men may not know that, right? Because, get it, we understand some people aren't educated in those things. We don't call them stupid. You just say, hey, you don't know this, and now let me explain it to you, my brother. Let me explain to you that when our menstrual start, that's just our body starting to, you know, let us know what's going to happen, and we learn how to take care of it. We start developing. We start, you know what I mean? So that's the basis of that. That's pretty much, as a woman, we sharing things with men, and men are able to come in this area and share with us. And even when they're angry. So that's just a little bit about me, how I feel, right? I think communication is everything. I think we all agree with that. We can learn from one another, and through that, that's how you change people's thoughts. That's how you get people to see things from your side, whether they agree with you or not. At least they're able to say, we can disagree and still live together without fighting. Okay, so that's a little bit about that. Now, I want to talk about Reg the bad guy, right? Because Reg the bad guy has been in my hangout several times. And I've never been disrespectful to Reg. Even last night, you know, because I hadn't listened to the video. Even last night when people was like they had something to say to Reg, I was even saying, well, you know, I haven't listened to it, so I don't know. So I'm not going to make any judgments. I'm not going to say anything disrespectful or anything. You know, that's just being logical, right? That's me not jumping to conclusions just because somebody else said something. But the illogical portion of that is that the men don't give us the same opportunity. They don't afford us the same respect. See, my thing is, if you wasn't in the hangout and you didn't actually see what took place from clear eyes, right? That means when you were there, you saw what was happening. I'm going to tell you, Rex. Okay, so I went into Obsidian. This is my first time ever. It's not my first time hearing the name because I've heard other people, other men say things about him, other women, usually the men are speaking about him. And because I don't know him, I have no input. You know what I mean? I don't allow other people's thoughts to cloud my judgment. I don't allow people opinions to tell me how to have a, you know, how to feel about someone. See how that works? This brings us back to Brash the bad guy. See, his illogical thinking is bomb. I told you not. You know what I mean? Bomb, you shouldn't have went over that because I told you all about that dude. I told you all about that dude. Well, see, my brother, if you're here right now, or any of your followers are here, see, I'm a grown ass woman. I formulate my own opinions based on factual information or information that comes from the source. So you can't come and tell me how to feel about Rex. You're not going to come in here and tell me how I should feel about KD. You're not gonna come in here and tell me how I should feel about Angel Romance Jordan. You're not gonna tell me how I should feel about Sasha Ray. You're not gonna tell me how to feel about no one. I'm gonna do my own little whatever I guess you could call it investigation. Listen to their videos and see what the true ideas that they have. And then I will formulate my own opinions. That's what adults do. Smart adults. That's what smart adults do. So your illogical thinking is to say, Bomb, I told Bomb not to go over there. And the Nini, like it's what are you talking about? We are grown women. You was able to go over there. She formulated to divorce you was able to be in these areas for a while and come up with your opinions, your ideas, you know what I'm saying? And why aren't I afforded that same thing? So you are illogical in the bullshit that you said, right? In fact, that bullshit like as if you are my husband. See, dude, if you was my daddy and I was a kid and you said, Bomb, you're not allowed to go over there. See, if you was my daddy and I was a child, then I would listen to you. Yes, daddy, right? If you was my husband today, the man who takes care of me, the man I trust with everything that's in me. If you was my husband and you said, Bomb, I don't want you going over there, then yes, I would even then decide on whether I'm going to take my husband's opinion. See, because me and my husband's relationship, my husband knows whether that's a place for me to go or not to go. Because he know me. He might know what might set me off. Something like that, right? Those are called relationships. And see, the reason you don't understand that, Reg, is because you never really formulated a real relationship. See, you don't understand that just because I'm a female and you a man doesn't give you the right to tell me what to do. And that's when y'all start talking about, see, I told them. See, them stupid. See, that's how women are. Dude, I'm not your woman. And you men need to get off of that bullshit thinking that just because we are women and you the man, that you have dominance over me. You don't. I don't know you and you don't know me like that. So you are very illogical in your thinking. Okay? So what I would suggest some of you men to understand is that all women aren't dominant. We shouldn't be submissive to you. A woman may decide to be submissive to that man in which she has formulated or some type of relationship with. Some of you men don't even know how to build relationships. That's why you're not going to find that woman to submit. You have to build that type of relationship. So as soon as you meet a woman, she's not going to be submissive to you. But when you form that relationship and she's interested in you, then she might see that that's the type of man you are. You want to have that control factor, right? You want to have that, and she may absolutely give that to you. But just because you walking down the motherfucking street and you taller than me, you talking that bullshit about you stronger than me, that doesn't mean I should be bowing down to you. See, this is what I'm talking about, this illogical thinking. Hi, Nini, the man-head doctor, how you doing? We're going to talk about that. I agree, it doesn't resolve anything. Some of this shit just don't make no sense. But see, you younger men, when you follow these older men, you need to understand where they're coming from, right? Yeah, I know he's a good dude. I'm not saying that. I ain't saying nothing really negative about him. Everything I'm talking about is factual. He could be a good dude and he's still illogical. He could be a good dude and still say shit that just don't calculate. Understand what I'm saying? So I'm not here to bash him as far as calling him names and saying he's a bad dude. We got to understand our wordings. I'm not saying he's a bad dude. I'm saying he's illogical. Okay, because he did. I wake up in this morning. I don't even know what woke me up. I think somebody must. My alarm was set off because somebody walked in my house. So I look. The iPad is right there on my pillow, and I see my name across the thing, and I'm like, okay. So I hurry up and go in, and Reg got a title where he's talking about me and Nini. See, what's illogical is a grown ass man. You know, he has the right to have his opinion, and I'm not against him for that. So I have the right to my opinion right now, right? So we're doing the same exact thing. Why is it that some of you don't understand? He had the right to make his video based on whatever he thought he was basing it on. I have that same right. I have that same right. Hi, Sheepstaysleep. See, we're not going to be able to solve this issue, women against men, because we have a group of men who feel like when a woman passes by him, just because he's stand taller and stronger, she's supposed to start acting a certain way to make it easier for him to even say hello. You men call those type of men simps. See, I don't use those type of words. I don't use the, y'all never heard me start calling a man a beta male. I've never started using the simps. Those are vocabulary words that here on YouTube, y'all start putting them on yourselves. Right? Y'all start using that. Y'all, right. Men say that. That's right. But they get angry. You know, they get angry if a female start calling them a simp. I'm still waiting for the clear definition to a lot of these terms. Right? I still don't know, you know, we have the make towel. And I see the make towel that I know is the original people who set that shit up is a group of white men who's again, and they still don't act this way. Okay, the black man, he decided he want to be a part of that, but he's just against the black woman. So that's why you're not a part of real MGTOW. MGTOW is really against the system who put these rules. But anyway, if there's no clear definition, then we have issues, right? But listen, because I'm not gonna be here all day, and anybody who want to come in and hang out, they can. Reg, this is what I got to say to you, my brother. Last night, I'm going to be as simple as it could be. Because y'all you get fooled by the shit that some of you do. I was invited, right? I'm not going to even mention his name, but it's clear who invited me because he came in here last night, right? Told me that, yeah, Obsidian is my boy. You know how people do when they say join their channels and shit like that? I did hear where Nini had mentioned that she had been in the hangout, but I wasn't there during that hangout, and I don't even know the particulars until last night when she said it. That means it came from her mouth. I heard her say it. I formulated, but what that has to do with anything? Just so based on Reg, the bad guy, he's saying that Bomb shouldn't have went in a male space where they invite us in the space, right? They invited us. Then I said, well, he was like, well, why are you going to hangout? Well, I went in the hangout after they kept requesting that I go in the hangout. But prior to that, we were just having a good discussion in the chat area. Men were asking me questions and I was answering them the way. And then it got to where it was a few of us, we were on the same page. See, that's how you do when you have discussions. Now, one of the guys who y'all say is an Obsidian, that was a nice guy, and I'm only basing that on that moment. He was like, Bomb, I see you're in the chat. Come in the hangout and say what you're talking about in the chat. That's what he said. So I then had to go and grab my computer, because for me to get in the hangout, that means I got to grab my computer. So I said, okay, well, they asked me a few times, let me grab my computer, I'll go in. I go in the hangout, and he even stops people from talking. He said, Bomb is in the hangout. Let her say what it is that she, want to say. That's exactly what the man said. Exactly. And I said, well, I just wanted to know about the black, when you have a lot of black women who support you, black men, why is it that we have a group, as soon as you see women, y'all attack us? That's what happens. We go into the area, we're saying, hi, how's everybody doing? Hi, gentlemen. How you brothers doing? And there will always be a group of men. It's not all. But there will be a group of men who, as soon as they see that I'm a female, they straight go in for you. You know what I mean? They really go in. It's like they angry and they looking for the first female they can attack. That was my question. And my question, there was another female who asked basically the same goddamn thing before I got in the hangout. What she said, my brothers, I do make videos about other women. I make videos correcting other women. Why is it that my brothers come into my area to attack me? She said they call her stupid and tell her to, and just get ignorant with her pretty much. Now, this is not verbatim, but this is the gist of what happened. So I was then actually co-signing what she was saying. This is what happens here on YouTube. Some of the men don't care if you for them or against them. They just angry. And soon as they see you a woman and a black woman, see, they won't never go to tell these white women anything. Soon as they see that you're a woman, they actually start the attack. So then all of a sudden, the guy Obsidian, the only reason, this guy, it says Obsidian on his picture because you can't see names. I'm not sure if you all can see names of people when they come in your room. I can't see it. So I'm not sure. So he then say, wait. Ask her to talk on the topic. And then the other guy, the calmer guy, was like, what you think about this? And I was like, you're right. There are a group of black women out there who aren't taking care of their business. You know what I mean? They're not taking care of their kids. They're not being responsible in their community. They're doing this and that and the third. And I agree with that. God damn. So he want me to call them witches. See, he want me to call them witches. I'm not going to call them witches because I'm not going to call them witches. I'm not going to call them bitches. I'm not going to call them whores. I'm not going to call them sluts. I'm not going to do that. But he wants to control me. So that bullshit Reg was talking about, well, Bomb, you wasn't on topic. Yes, I was exactly on topic. Just because I refused to use the term witch, what, I wasn't being aggressive enough against a black woman? What, I'm supposed to beat up on him or something? So then he gets into this, what's the title? What's the title? What's the title? Read it. First of all, I couldn't see the title. But even secondly, like, Reg would make it seem like all you had to do was read the title. Fuck out of here, dude. Are you kidding me? Like, are you kidding me? So you think he really just wanted me to read the title, or was he being proficient? Was he trying to just be disrespectful? Right? Who else did he ask to read the title? What was his purpose of me reading the title? But Reg, he's making it seem, well, Bomb, see, you started it. And I'm like, Reg, how did I start it? Well, Bomb, you didn't read the title. You didn't read the title. You didn't read the title. Fuck out of here. Are you that fucking slow, dude? That you didn't understand what was happening? Are you serious, Reg? And you're welcome to come in here because I know you're probably listening if you're off your line. Are you serious? Do you think he asked? First of all, anybody in this room, if you think that his goal was just for me to read the title, and that's what he wanted me to do, it was like simply just, Bomb, just read the title. Type of 1 in this room if you think that's what he was. it was all about. Was I wrong in thinking that, no, he's not trying to get me to read the title, but actually what he's trying to do is make me submissive to him. And he isn't my fucking daddy. He isn't my fucking husband. We can have an intelligent conversation without some man trying to make me his submissive on a hangout. Fuck out of here. Y'all crazy. And that's when it comes to this thing where, are you slow? So, Reg, my question to you is, are you slow? Do you really think if I read the title that was it? Or was it a power move by a dude who have the thirst to have some woman following his orders? And I'm not that woman. And I don't give a damn about, and then y'all talk about, oh, she took a L because I got kicked out. See, taking an L would mean when we have a conversation, if he was able to conversate around me, let me speak, he speak, and I said something that was wrong, or he proved that I was wrong, that would be taking an L. But dude, getting kicked out of an area isn't taking an L. And then aren't your ass in your 50s, nigga? Are you really on that? You taking the L. You took the L. That's why I said the ramblings of illogical non-fathers. There you have it. This is what you young men are following. Men who can't actually have a conversation, right? They cannot have a conversation. And it's not all of you. It's not even close to all of you. It's not even close. My brothers, I know that you're strong. If you're not strong, you could be strong. But you're not going to be able to be strong if you follow men like this. Now, somebody said that the title was the question. And I've answered that. By then, I've already answered that women, there are some women who aren't being responsible in their communities. I've already answered that. Okay, I've answered that, but I didn't even get kicked out for that, right? It seemed like we got over that a little bit because of the co-host. Y'all tell me he's the co-host. I don't even know his name, but the co-host was the one like, calm down, let us speak. That's the one who invited me in to hang out. He was like, everybody's welcome. So you got one who's calm, cool, collective, right? He seemed welcoming me. He's like, okay, everybody has their opinions. He's the one who said, Bomb, I see what you're saying in the chat. Come in and repeat that, right? Say what you have to say. And that's what happened. So yes, Reg, I was invited. So I don't know what you're talking about. You read the title, it's that simple. Well, how about this, Reg? What's the title? What's the title of this room? What's the title of this chat? What's the title? Read that title, nigga. Reg, type that shit. You not typing it fast enough, little nigga. What's the title of this chat? How you feel right now, Reg? Because I bet you, just because I asked you the fucking title, because it makes no sense. That makes no sense. Right? So I don't see you typing in that title, Reg. What's the title, Reg? Fuck out of here, dude. So either you just don't see it, you don't see it, right? Because I was there. I had already been there for maybe, I don't know, maybe 20 minutes. I think I got there when it first started. I was already there. And then your illogical, right? The circle, they call it circular logic. When you said, well, Bomb, you said there was another woman there. Why didn't that happen to her? Bomb, why didn't that happen to her? I bet you in that room, there may have been 50 women in that room. So I guess you're saying because it didn't happen to anyone else, then it's my fault because it didn't happen to See that, like you are illogical. You don't make no sense. And I'm gonna give you, if you want to come in this room, here's the link. Here's the motherfucking link. I'm not gonna be here all day. You ain't got to worry about that. Let me put this link in the room for you. You know, you're gonna have your opportunity. See, unlike in your area, right? You put the link in and you want to make sure nobody else coming in. You're not gonna no, you're gonna talk about me in your area. You dropped the link and you particularly told us, the women, that that link isn't for women. You are a coward. Because if you're going to make a title about me and you're going to drop the link and make sure that I don't come in and speak my piece, why is that? Because you wasn't man enough to be able to actually have a conversation? You are a coward. Okay? And men, you younger men, just understand what you're following. When you follow these cowards, you follow these dudes who couldn't make relationships work, instead of them teaching you, you pass is done. Oh, it's done when you say it's done, right? Because you the big bad man. See, this wouldn't have never happened if it was done. I'm gonna make sure it's done. See, you would tell me how some other man, he straightened me out by kicking me out and talking about me after the fact, right? What you think I was sitting in that area talking about him? You had a lot to say, dude, in your hangout. You have an opportunity to come in this one and repeat the same shit you had to say over there. You, like I said, you's a coward. You feel safe in your area. You know why? Because if I come to your area, you're able to kick me out. You know, I'm welcoming you in here. I promise you there will be no kicking out. I'm not going to overspeak you. I'm going to give you your opportunity to say what you have to say. We'll have this discussion. See, because I'm confident that I know what I'm talking about, right? I understand logic. I understand facts, truth. And I also understand opinions. That's why I'm giving you the right to come in here and speak. But why is it that you afraid to come in? You come in when I'm talking about other people, you're willing to come give your opinion. I'm speaking on you, and you won't even come in and speak for yourself. How's everybody doing? So what y'all think? Do you think right now he's being a coward? Because he knows I don't kick people out just for nothing. He knows that. I've never been disrespectful to him. So he knows he could come in this hangout. He was just in here. Wasn't that yesterday? Not yesterday, night before last. You was just here. Why aren't you coming in now? Because you are a coward. Melanin God, how you doing? Okay, you are a coward. And ladies and men, right? We need to understand who we listen to. It's nothing wrong with listening to people. It's nothing wrong with, listening to their opinions, their ideas. Nothing's wrong with that. Just don't base your life and get angry and live your life angrily like these old ass men who couldn't make their relationship work. You mean to tell me, dude, you know what I mean? We got dudes in here who are involuntary sales. You know what I mean? They literally are celibate because they can't find, they can't find a woman. So if that's the type of man you want to follow, if that's the type of man, that's the type of life you want to live, nothing wrong with it. But just know the facts. Just because these men are bold enough to talk about women in a negative way do not make them powerful. It doesn't make them strong. In fact, I just proved to you that they are quite cowardly. Because you would beat up on Sasa Ray. If I was talking about Sasa Ray right now, dude, you would come in this fucking hangout and you would be talking, sharing your fucking ideas. How I know? Because you've done it. You have not logic nor understanding. I don't understand illogical fools. You're right. When we was talking about Sasa Ray, you was in this hangout. If anybody else I was talking about, when you know that I talk about these women and some of the things they've done, you know this. You know this for a fact. They don't know that. See, I respect more out of you. I expect more out of you than them. But I don't expect nothing from Obsidian. If that's how his channel roll, nothing wrong with it. Let him roll his channel. But you do come think you gonna make a video about me and say I took a L? How about you take this L, dude? You either come in this hangout and say what you got to say, or you just admit that you taking the L. You're a coward. You're not even taking the L. You actually just a coward. You won't even try. You won't even try. Anyway, I'm gonna leave you alone. Yeah, he run his mouth. He talk about everybody, anybody else I talk about, relationships or anything else I talk about. Reg has been in here. We talking about Egypt and Reg has been in here. We talk about Salsa Ray. Reg is in here. We talk about any of these women. Reg comes in to hang out and participate. I talk about Reg and say, Reg, come in and tell us how you feel. Like, let's have a conversation about it. Reg like, nah, I'll pass. Nah, I'll pass. You stop talking about Salsa Ray? Oh, is that right? So should I rewind the conversation? Dude, you were just in here just a couple of days ago. See, you are a coward. And now you are a liar. What you mean you stopped actively talking about her on your channel? Or you mean that you wasn't in here the other day conversating with us and talking about that type of shit? Now you not only are you a coward, but you're a liar now. It's okay though. Yeah, they hate black women. They hate black women. And it doesn't even matter because I was in here telling you all just the other day. Like I wouldn't have found that conversation about Raw TV, right? Ringo Raw TV, if it wasn't for Reg. I was like, thank you, Reg. You was in here talking about Ringo. You don't remember that? See, the difference is when I was in your chat area, I was just waking up. I was trying to hear you. The people should have told you wasn't coming through clear, right? You wasn't coming through clear. I really couldn't hear what you were saying. And then I saw when you put the link for the hangout, and you was like, the link is just for men. If you women come in, I'm gonna bounce you. And I'm like, oh, okay. So you're not even gonna allow me to even speak on what you're talking about. Okay. Anyway, look, you all see this for your own with your own eyes. If you can't see the chat area, you can hear what's going on. Reg came in, right? I said, Reg, come in and speak in the hangout. Use your voice. Let people hear what you have to say. Let's chat this out. Because I'm quite sure it's nothing important, right? It's nothing that ruins relationships if we had one. It's nothing but a thing, a conversation. That's all this is. And Reg refuses to come in and hang out. But he was sure in here when we talked about other people. Anybody I was talking about. Reg didn't have no problem coming in. And he won't even speak up for himself. If you think you're right, if you think you're, I guess, along the lines of righteousness, why can't you come in? See, this is what happened. See, if I invite Obsidian in here, him and I, just one-on-one, where we can have a conversation, he's not gonna be here. And he might. Let me stop, because I don't know him. And I may be wrong. He might come over and have a conversation. You know, so let me stop. I corrected myself. I'll take the L as Reg said. I'm gonna take the L for saying something that might not be true. Okay. I don't know Obsidian. And they kicked me out because I told them I don't know Chris, what's her name again? Crystalline. What's her name? I don't even know her name. I literally legit do not know her. And when I say I literally legit don't know her, I don't even know her name. Right? Based on what I know, I call her CK. And I think last night we got it settled, everybody, where they told me, yes, that's the one who is for black women being with white men. Crystalline, thank you, Kiki Brown. Crystalline Carzalin. I legit said I don't know her, and people was like, wow. And Reg said in his hangout, and y'all can go check it out. Look, I'm gonna advertise for you, Reg. Go check out the live he did today. He was like, well, you know, you should know who she is. You should know who she is. Some of us got jobs, Reg. See, when some of us have jobs, there's people who don't know a lot of people on here. But Reg was like, you probably, you know who she is. You probably, you should know who she is. Dude, shut, oh my God. ah, I do not know her. I don't know what she believes. I'm not sure if she's just saying black women should only date white, or if she's saying that that's an opportunity that we might look into. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what her ideology is. I just don't. So I'm not, but I did make a video about her, didn't I, Dredge? And this was way back when I first came here. I saw one live stream and she was talking about dating white men. I don't have no problem with women or men who want to date white people. I don't care who you date. Let's get our community right. Okay? So, but she had said something along the lines where she was going to get some white women. She was starting something. She was starting something that women had to pay into. And she was going to teach the black women how to, you know, she had said some stupid shit about she didn't know how to use a fork. She didn't know what hors d'oeuvres were. It was something like that. It was funny. And then she said she was going to get some white women, some older white women who were going to come together and teach black women how to be women. And that's what I made the video about. Because there are a lot of black women who could teach black women how to be women. And that's basically, and I didn't disrespect her. She didn't respond. It's over. Bow. What y'all want me to beat up on her? Yeah, he lame. He lame, and you're going to take this L. You're going to take this L, or you come in this hangout. But I can't make you come in. Anyway, so basically, I went over there. Based on Reg said I should have did some research. Like I should have did some extensive research before I went over there. You know what I mean? Because it's a man's area. Women, we hang out in all the areas. We're listening. We're learning. I actually advise women to go into the areas just to see what the men are talking about. You might have some legit gripes. Legit, and believe it or not, there's a lot of us women, we agree. We agree with your gripes. We agree. But when we come in and we agreeing, we still will get beat up. You know, I'm in there letting you know, what's up, my brothers? How you doing, my brothers? What's going on, my brothers? Y'all doing good, my brothers? And I know there's areas where you don't speak. You don't really say much. So I'm one of those. If it's a man's area where women really aren't, you don't care about our opinions or anything like that, I shut the fuck up. I shut up. You'll never know I'm there. I've been in some of your hangouts, Reg, and you didn't never know I was there. I was just listening. That's right. And Shelly, how you doing, sister? That's right. We there. Sometimes we're there to support. Sometimes we might disagree with you, but we don't say shit because we know it's not our space. We're learning a lot. But I mean, so Reg, you're not gonna come in? I'm gonna put the link in, and anybody want to come in, maybe you want to, you know, try to take that L from Reg. Maybe you want to help him out, help the brother out. Maybe I'm missing something, which I gave him the opportunity to come in and say, Bomb, you're not looking at it from this point of view. If he would have done that, Reg, you could have came in and said, Bomb, you're not looking at it from this point of view. I would listen to what you had to say. Then I would say, well, Reg, you know, I understand what you're saying, but blah. That's a conversation. But see, a conversation while you sitting in your hangout, where you can say whatever you want to say. You know what I'm saying? You can say whatever you want to say. You want to allow no one to have a conversation with you. You're a coward. That's what I call that. I call that, you know, there's a, anyway, I'm going to leave you alone. You take that L and go about your motherfucking business, dude. We know who you are. We know who you are. Every time I come in, you know, if I add the L in front of your name, when I speak to you, you just know that you deserve that. You deserve that. Okay? Anyway, anybody think they want to come in? I'm gonna put the link in. Because I'm not gonna be here all day talking about him. But my young brothers, listen, every woman, whether she's black or not, is not against you. We're not against you. Okay? I know y'all say it in a negative way, but I'm gonna keep it 100. My dad is black. You see what I'm saying? Y'all don't like, y'all be up in that joking talking about, they always say your mom is black. Your mom is black. Well, I mean, I'm just gonna tell you, my dad is black. My uncles are black. My husband is black. My sons are black. And I want nothing but the best for them. You see what I'm saying? That's what I want. So I'm gonna go read through the comments. Nini, you might want to say something because I think you would. So if you want to come in, you know you're most welcome. Let me grab this link real quick. Because you know he put in that title, girl. He wanted to put that title. He put our names in that title, girl. I know you might want to say something. You might not. It's up to you. Let me grab this link. I'm gonna give anybody who want the opportunity to speak on this. You don't have to agree with me. You're welcome to express yourself. It doesn't matter. Okay? Girl, you mixed with that Mississippi and that Louisiana. Hey, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Okay, Jen, how you doing? Jen said, Shelly, they always go on black women and biracial women who don't cater to them. Yeah, they I don't know, you know, they somebody left a comment for me earlier. It was all over the place, so I couldn't really read it. But apparently, me being light skinned, see, that always comes about, right? Somebody always gonna come up with the being light skinned. And I think he was mentioning what I told Rude. I forgot how you want to pronounce his name, but he's a young man. He was in here, and at least Rude came in and spoke his piece. He ain't taking no L's. Whether we agree or disagree, he came in and he was willing to say, no, Bomb, this is how I feel. No, Bomb, this is how I feel. No, Bomb. And, you know, whether we agreed or not, he's a man. Rude, how you say it, Kiki? Rude MP? I think Rude Dip. Yeah, that's how you say it. Rude Dip. Young man, just 30. Who that is?
It's me.
Oh, okay, I can't see you. Something wrong with my computer, girl. Anyway, I'm gonna give you the floor to say whatever it is you want to say. You there?
I ain't got much. Yeah, I'm here. I ain't got much to say. It's just Reg.
Say whatever you got to say to him. Go ahead.
He tripping. But I said this months ago. We was on the live with Hooded One. He got into it with somebody on your live stream. But I said, Reg the bad guy don't think for himself. It's whoever says something to him, he go along with that. And if you say something different, then he gonna go along with that. Reg don't think for himself, and he too damn old for that.
I agree with you.
He wanna be in somebody clique so bad that he just gonna go against whoever just to say, okay, I'm with y'all. It don't work like that. And then he won't come in the chat but won't get in the hangout. Why he don't come in here and defend himself?
Because he's a coward.
Yeah, he is. And that's why I told him that in his face the last time he was on here. And I still stand by what I said. He is a coward. He is a follower.
Yeah. Listen, I agree with you 100%. I've seen it myself, you know. And anybody who actually look at him, you kind of know that he's one of those people who he switched with whoever's in the area, just like you said.
Yeah, and I don't understand how he say I took a L. How did I take a L? I was on that live for over an hour with the men, and I held my own. The stuff they were talking was foolishness. It's
because
a bunch of bitter old men.
illogical, they're illogical. They just, it's about insults. And so if we come on here like a Egypt band who comes on so she could just insult them, like she's told us that. Remember, she said the reason I do what I do is because they've been beating up on black women. That's why you
Yeah.
got black women following them, because they feel that way.
But they sitting up there talking about crystalline kerosene all the time. Oh, she going after white men. She want white men. But they're talking about they want women from overseas. What's the difference? You're just the same as her.
Exactly.
They want non-American black women. And she want non-American black men. What's the difference? Were they mad because she thought about it first? Like, I don't get it.
Kiki Brown just said lots of mouths online, but barely say 2 words offline. She's right.
And you
Right.
know what? They'll be over there and they'll talk with their boys. They gotta have their boys with them to do all that talking. But when I went over there by myself.
Right. And that's the only way they'll do it. They'll never have a group of women. And even if they do, they have the power to kick us off. They'll kick us off.
Yeah.
So, I mean, they're not really men who want to have a conversation. See, they have legit reasoning behind what they say. They can actually have a conversation and prove their points, but they cannot do that. So all they want to say is black women. See how they are? They're witches. The dude was over there talking about literal witches. For real, for real.
And couldn't even define what they see as a witch. Who's a witch?
All of us. Because no matter what you do, if Rudell or Rudo or whatever his name was, he mentioned something about, he asked a question about an aunt who taught him this, or if your mother breastfed you and made sure you was okay, is she a witch? And they were like, yeah, she's a witch. She's a witch.
Why?
Breastfed you, and she wanted to trick you into living. It was stupid shit like that. It was,
Are you serious?
had sex with you. Is that witchery? Yes, that's witchery. Why? Because she used her body to satisfy you and to get what she want. Yeah, she's a witch. Like that's the type of shit that they were talking about over there. And Reg had the nerve to talk about we took L's because we didn't want to, because I didn't, because you wasn't even in the hangout. So I don't even know why you mentioned you. So I took an L because I didn't want to partake in calling women witches, because like I act like, what is a witch? They even laugh when I ask, well, what's a witch? Like, give me your definition of witch. What's a witch? When he's like, you don't know what a witch is? No, well, no, I don't. I mean, I know what the definition, but what the hell are y'all calling a witch? It was like some stupid shit like that. And I took the L, I guess, because I don't know what a witch is.
I guess so, because I guess everybody taking L's because they don't have a clear definition of what a witch is either. It's whatever they don't like.
Right.
And I guess in that group they can't be individuals in that group because all of them got to dislike the same thing to be in the group, I guess.
Right. Somebody, Sheepstaysleep TV. How you doing, my brother? Everybody's welcome to come in this hangout and say what you have to say, and you do not have to agree. And you will get, and I don't kick people out. So yes, you could come in. Let me put the link back in. I don't think I've ever kicked anyone out of a hangout ever. So come in and speak your piece.
It's not necessary.
Right. I think, I don't know. If they claim that they want the women to do better, then educate us, men. Educate us, but you know what I'm saying? Let us know.
They can't educate us because that's
Right.
not what men do. Men are not educators. Females are the educators. My thing is, if they learn their roles in life, everything will fall in place.
Exactly. They want us to know our roles, but then they don't know theirs. So a woman who don't have a man who knows how to be a man, you wonder why she had to pick up that role. She picked up that role because she didn't have a man doing his part.
Exactly. And I've been saying that since day one. If everybody knew their roles, everything would be a lot better. But some men, shut up, Largely. Most men today don't know their roles. And I mean, the rude dude showed that last night.
I agree with you. So anybody who want to come in, and if y'all disagree with that, y'all welcome to come. And
Talking about women don't respect them. Do y'all respect women? Because he talking about all he do is just sleep with women and that's it. That's not respect. So why do you expect this woman to respect you when you're not giving her respect?
because he the man, that's their logic. The logic is because they're men.
Then
All
act like it.
Yeah, they logic is all women should just bow down to them and be submissive to them upon meeting them because they are men.
Look, women have tried that. Women over time have tried that. But look what happened. They go off, they sleep with other women, they have kids with other women. Then they're done what you asked. They stayed home. They took care of the children. They took care of the house. They made sure you had clean clothes. They made sure you ate every day. Women did that for a long time, but then the men want to go out and do whatever they want, once again, disrespecting the women. So guess what? The women say, you know what? I'm going to take my own power and I'm going to take care of me.
And that's where that feminism come from, right? We got women who just decided they want to be like these MGTOW men, I guess. You just want to be strong, want to make sure she can survive.
Right. Now he's saying, I thought you was coming in. Stay asleep. Not all women do that, but women today only see what they're around. And right now, they're only around single mothers. So what are they going to see? They're going to see mama got to do it all on her own. This is how mama get it. So I guess this is how I'm going to get it. Where is dad?
See, they don't understand the importance of the dad being there. Even if the dad don't talk to the children, him being there and going to work every day and doing that part is a lot.
Right.
My dad wasn't the type of dad who, was like, let me teach, come out here and let me teach you this. It wasn't like that. My mother did that, but my dad was there. That's why I believe in the family. I believe in the mother father being together. You know what I'm talking about, because you have the same situation. Your dad was always in your life. Still is.
Still is. See, the men don't understand presence. Presence is everything. Because he
Charles, I agree
is
with
the
you.
man.
Charles says to hear the good points, and I like what in my hangouts we talk about the good points. We joke and laugh and things like that, but when stuff like this pop up, the hatred. Somebody just walked in, didn't they? Let me see. Can you see what that is?
Mm-mm.
Oh, okay, maybe that was just some background. I thought you was coming in sleep. You welcome to come in. You don't have to agree with us, baby. Come in and just speak on it.
And we don't attack. We only attack people like Reg because he opened his mouth without knowing what he's talking about first.
I think Reg, I think he made that live stream, right? Oh, I'm gonna email it to you, Lord. I think he did that, because I don't know. Did he think because I let him come in, I wasn't gonna say nothing? He over there, Mom shouldn't have never went over there. Like he my dad.
Mm-hmm.
Damn, dude. I mean, you could have said, well, you could have made it more like, well, in my opinion, you know, but no, you was like, she gonna take that L because I told her about them and she should have listened to me. That's what he basically was saying. Listen to you, dude. On some real shit, I wouldn't take advice for you if you was the only person on this earth to give some advice. Okay? We know you, Reg. Okay? And I would never follow you. You couldn't lead me nowhere. You can't lead me to the bathroom in your own house.
Right.
Shit. Okay?
He'll get sidetracked easily with somebody saying, "No, Reg, we moved the bathroom is over here." He's gonna lead you somewhere else just because they said it.
And, right, somebody it's crazy. Oh, Pierre, you want to talk on this subject or you want to talk about something else? How you doing, Pierre? If you want to talk about something else, we'll when I stop this one, we'll start another one. But we don't want to get off track on this subject. Right now, this is we're trying to be positive and give some information without the drama. And I think what you want to talk about is something else. So I'll give you the opportunity to do that. Okay. So I'm gonna be ending this one soon. I'm gonna email Lord Gaelic the link so he can come in and say whatever he want to say, and then we'll do that. Okay? Because I'm keeping this up. Some things I take down because I know I could tell they gonna report it and try to get it taken down. I did put up with. So let me email Lord Gaelic and give him a minute, and then I'm gonna end this. Give me a second here.
JPV was in that hangout, but he gets a pass. No, JPV don't get a pass. Not at all. It's not being in the hangout. It's what you're talking about in the hangout that makes all the difference. I mean, you can't get mad at somebody just because they're in a certain area. It's what they're doing in that area.
Right. I mean, because I was in the area. And where was JPV? He mean in Reg hangout? Because I left. So, I mean, even JPV, if he wanted to come in and say, Bomb, this is what I saw and you was wrong. I'm not yelling at people or being mad at people for being in somebody's hangout. Everybody have a right to their opinions. We're talking about, I didn't hear JPV say something about, yeah, Bomb should have listened to me. They shouldn't have went over there or anything like that. I don't know anything like that.
So he never defended Bomb, not one word. Why do he have to defend us?
Yeah, why would he do that? Why would he go over there? I think they're trying to set him up as well, I think they wait. First of all, JPV was not even in the hangout in which we was talking about yesterday when that happened. So he didn't even know what took place. So how can he defend or even speak on it?
Hello, ladies. Can you hear me?
Yes,
hi, Charles. Charles Gilmore 3.
Yeah, I just want to speak for a little bit, and hopefully I will sound objective. But when men and women have dialogues, we should stop bashing each other. I mean, I understand not liking what somebody has said, but you shouldn't put all of a group into one certain thing. Not all men think bad about women. Not all women think bad about men. We need to solve problems. We need to keep causing a gap or a canyon or a divide. I mean, I think men and women think differently. Genetically, we are different, but we have certain similarities, and both of that is survival. However, for me to survive doesn't mean I got to belittle or slander you, and for you to survive doesn't mean that you have to belittle and slander me. And when we start talking about what people are doing naturally, genetically, and why people do what they do, you also got to figure how much policy plays into the part of why people do what they do. Because if you can get over, a lot of times you're not going to be altruistic to the next person because you want to win. So you got to understand too, and I'm going to say this, and you guys can I'm not going by morals or anything, right? When I'm about to say the statement is that both men and women have different mating strategies. Women, and you guys can argue this if you like, usually want to have a secure mate to take care of their children, where men genetically want to spread their seed. So in today's society, moralistically, laws, policy is designed more for the women's functionality. So you have a lot of men that are bitter because of policy. They can't achieve their own mating strategy. That's why you hear a lot of people talk about the 80-20 rule. And because of the 80-20 rule, you have a lot of men who can't get the woman they think they deserve. Not saying they deserve it or not, but that causes a lot of animosity because they see women succeeding in their mating strategies, and then they want the man for companionship, but he's not getting his own mating strategy, which is to procreate, because the woman has usually already procreated. And that's just my statements, and feel free to dissect it and say what you would like.
I actually agree with damn near everything you said. You know, arguments don't make any sense. You're right. We should be talking more about positive things. And I also agree. Yeah. You're an educated brother. I can tell. You see what I'm saying? So, yeah, I agree with you. How about you, Nini? Is she still in the room? Well, anyway,
yeah, I was trying to email Illogical the link if I can.
Oh, okay.
I agree with what he's saying, except for what the men want to do, spread their seed. That's okay if the men want to do that, but my thing is, don't be deceitful while doing that. Be open with the woman at first and give her a choice. And that's the one thing that as women we didn't get.
I understand. But I have a counter position for that. And I say that a lot of women are not honest about their interactions with men too. So what I mean, a lot of women know that the man is dating them. He's pursuing them for the chance to procreate, for the chance to survive. And women initially know that they don't like the men in that way. They won't give them the opportunity to procreate, to be a genetic father for a child. So a lot of men will feel played in anger. And I think it's women don't really see it like that, because back in the day, we weren't having so much promiscuity. It wasn't so much everybody's getting with everybody. So now you have a lot of men that are bitter because they say, well, you got with him and I'm doing what I'm supposed to be doing. Why won't you get with me? And I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm just saying that a lot of ladies don't look at it from the male's perspective. So a lot of men they turn into what you call sleazeballs and liars because they feel that's the only way to win in this game. You understand what I mean?
Yeah, I do. What you're talking about.
I'm not saying it's right at all. I'm not saying it's right. I'm just telling you the reasons why they do that. I think women will play men just like men will play women. And I will say this argument. Women play men way better than any man play women. And that's what I believe.
That's because we know how to keep our mouths shut and secretive. We're more secretive. We do it a little smarter. But okay.
Because men have their ego. They have to let their boys know what they're doing. Let the world know what they're doing. Women are not like that. When a woman sleep around, she's doing it for a reason. Men do it just because the sky is blue. But women do it for a reason. And that means she's missing something in that relationship. And as much as men say women nag, that woman has given you sign after sign after sign. You take it as nagging and don't listen.
I disagree with you on a certain extent, to a certain extent. The reason I say I disagree with you, because we're both human. Women and men are both human. So if you find somebody that's attractive, man or woman, and you can probably get away with it, and you don't feel that the person that you're with outvalues the other person, and you don't think nobody will know, you'll do it. So there's no reason. The reason is because they're attractive and the opportunity is there. Here, an opportunity creates situations with most people. Now, some people's morals will stop them. Some people's laws will stop them. Some people don't want to get caught. But if your dream physical attribute of a man and he wants to get with you and nobody would know, would you pass up the opportunity, especially if you've never had a child and it could just be one time?
Wait, what the child got to do with it? Are you
talking
about having a child with this person?
I'm about to break it down to you so you understand. When people, especially men and women, are different. Men just think about the act of sex. Even no matter what women believe, and you can argue this is the argument, is your primary thing is to have a baby. It's not just the act of sex. It's deep ingrained naturally is to produce a child. So if you already had a child or two, you're going to be less likely to want, not saying you won't still desire sex, but it won't be a pressing need for a woman who's never had a child. So men, I don't care if we had 1 million children, they still want to spread their seed. So what I'm saying is everybody wants to get the best genetic material possible. And if after that, using the women term, it's security for the genetic material. So if you have a child, you want to make sure your child is safe. So when you say women cheat for a reason, they cheat because they cheat, just like men cheat. There's no difference. It's just what is the reason for doing it? If you have 5 children, you're less likely to worry about having children. If you have no children and you're young, you still want the best genetic material. That's why when women are young, they're not worried about getting with the best provider or a man. They're trying to have fun and party and get with the handsomest, best looking guy, because women are just like.
Wait, they talking, Lord. He was talking.
Oh, I don't know if y'all can hear me.
Go ahead. I said what I gotta say. I mean, I love to hear a counter position. I'm just making a statement. I believe is based off of some science, but you could argue it. You know, it's just my belief.
But my belief is not about spreading a seed.
For men, it is.
I don't think that, because
for men it's quantity over quality. That's why men get married at a later age.
Yep, it's quantity over quantity. It is.
Actually, yeah, it's even biological, because that's how we was able to have as many people as we had. Men were able to go out there and spread the seed. It was about making children.
I mean, that's people still have certain primal instincts. You can't change that. Like as far as men spreading the seed or whatever, that's called core behavior. Like, I mean, like I said, the only thing that separates us from the rest of the damn animals, we got a thumb and we got the right to choose. So we're the only animal on the planet that doesn't. I'm not saying it's right. Like, okay, I've got 2 kids by 1 woman for a reason. That's because I'm an involved father. I'm not trying to be going here to pick up all my kids. I want to pick up my kids in one goddamn spot. So now, could I have? Absolutely, but so can most men. But my thing is, I don't understand the logic in having all these kids with all these different women, and you only got one job. Because certain things that you need to be there to teach your damn kids, and if you got to drive 30 miles in every direction to pick up all your damn kids, something wrong. I don't know if I guess it's an ego thing, but no, I'm not out trying to damn knock up as many bitches as possible. I'm gonna fuck as many bitches as possible, but I'm not out there trying to knock everybody the fuck up.
And so, see, that's what I was trying to say. That's exactly.
But that's for me. I chose not to have kids all over the damn place. If I have another one, great. I'm like, bitch, you moving in. God damn it. The next bitch I'm not gonna move the fuck in because I ain't paying no more goddamn child support. But I'm not trying to and I think it's a man who does. I mean, my cousin has 7 kids, but I think 4 different women. I mean, he's a good dude. I mean, he does what he can for his kids. I'm like, dude, can you really give all 7 of them motherfuckers? You got to drive all over the place to see all them motherfuckers? Like, really? I mean, even if you got the resources to do that shit, still, it's like, I mean, but yeah, that's me. But as far as women teaching and men not teaching, that is bullshit. Because my kids come to me when they want to know some shit. Or something ain't right, they don't ask me. Because they know I'm going to tell them the goddamn truth. I encourage my children to think, to be skeptics and doubters about shit. Don't believe shit nobody tell you unless you look at this shit for your goddamn self. That's how I teach my children. That's how they are. So, I mean, if yeah, my kids going to have opinions, but again, they're my children. Because that's how I am. I'm a skeptic and I'm a doubter. I wouldn't believe a motherfucker they told me rain was wet. I need to go see that shit for myself. And that's how I raise my children. They're the same way. So men do teach their children. Especially if the mother's an idiot, then it's up to you to teach the damn kids. So, I mean, I don't. Where all this shit come from though? Because I mean, I'm not defending Reg. I'm not attacking Reg. I don't even know what the fuck happened. What happened?
Okay, I'll mute this. I'll have to mute myself because my husband came down to cut something up. I don't like the noise. But basically, Reg did a hangout today. Mm-hmm. Reg the bad guy, and he was he mentioned me and Nini. Mm-hmm. So that's why this came up, talking about you go listen to what he had to say. Now I gave him an opportunity to come in and speak on what he had to say. You need something there?
I mean, even if you say something, I mean, I don't know. I'm subscribed to Obsidian, but I never even listened to any of his shit before. But it's like, if you say some shit in another damn stream on another damn platform, you should be able to say the same shit if you go somewhere else
Right.
and jump
If
on
you
hangout. That's me. I can respect the motherfucker who do that. If you can come in, you ain't trolling, you talking on your own shit, and then you jump on a hangout, I can respect you for that shit. Now, if you
But that's the
backpedaling,
thing. They don't do that. Those men don't do that. They need their audience in order to say anything to a woman. When I was over there, he needed his friends and he called them out by name. Like, okay, you won't have something to say about this. It's like they lined up to take a lick off of me.
that's what the
I
skunks
didn't
do.
get scared. I went there by myself. I was the only woman in that hangout. I went there by myself. Y'all don't scare me because the same thing I'm telling you is what I believe.
I understand.
I'm not doing that for everybody else.
Can I interject for a second?
Yes.
I think that this is just my opinion. Sometimes you got to know what form you're going into. So if you don't go into a pack of wolves expecting not to be eaten, and I'm not saying that it's brave to go in front of a pack of wolves, but even if you brave in front of a pack of wolves, they're gonna still attack you. So sometimes it's better.
Just because you go into a pack of wolves with me, your ass gonna get eaten.
Yeah,
Especially
so
if you got a damn stick.
sometimes it's better not even to go into spaces where you're not going to get an opportunity to speak. If you can't,
Bullshit, because only cowards go to all home games.
Hold on, brother. Let me make my statement, and then you can rebuttal what I said when I'm finished, please. So what I'm saying is sometimes, listen to the key words, listen to the words that I'm saying. Sometimes it's not good to go into spaces where they're not going to give you an opportunity to speak. It's better to find intermediary. It's better to find neutral ground so you can both have a chance to speak. Because if you go to a ground where it's slanted, it doesn't matter how brave you are, how articulate you are, how wise and how researched you are, you may never get an opportunity to voice your opinion and you may be crushed. That's my statement.
Okay, now to rebut that bullshit that he just said, only a punk will stay at all home games. If you go to away games, like you go to a fucking away game, but if you want to stay safe, stay in the safe zone, use a punk.
No, let me make another statement again, because that's not what I said. I said sometimes you need to go to a neutral ground to have a fair
Sometimes
fight.
my ass.
Okay, listen, homie. So you talking about toughness? If you
not your homie.
Listen to me. It doesn't matter what you think. I'm using words to express a point. Take it how you want to take it. So if you go to, let's say you're a blood, and you go to a Crip neighborhood, I don't care how brave you are, you'll still get smoked. You can't ever reach peace when nobody wants to hear what you got to say. But if you want to have an opportunity to speak, it's better to go off both turfs and meet in a neutral place where you can both articulate your points and come to a conclusion. Does that make sense to you?
No.
Okay.
Because again, this is the internet. Okay? So if you go into another chat room where you're not exactly friendly, who cares? I mean, if you want to go to a blood David, that's your goddamn business. So it don't matter. You can play it safe, fine. You're not gonna make no progress by playing it safe. So you want to stay in this room and validate your opinion, then don't go to another room because you might get ate. I don't give a fuck. If you gotta state your opinion, state your motherfucking opinion. Again, this is the goddamn internet.
Yeah, that's kind of why I went there. I went there because
even if it's real life,
it wouldn't be a neutral ground that they would actually let me be in on. So it was
exactly
me sacrificing myself, saying, okay, I'm gonna let them go in on me to get my point across. Because even though it's all like-minded men on this panel, someone in the chat or someone that's watching is going to understand what I'm saying and get that and understand that it's not only one way of thinking.
It's like you will never progress at anything by being around like-minded people. I mean, how many times me and you argued in any?
Exactly.
Auntie cussed me out plenty of times, but guess what? At the end of the goddamn day, you still my folks. So I'm not gonna be around a bunch of people who agree with me. I can't surround myself with yes people. Because again, that's a bitch move. So if you want to go into another room and you know that they're gonna try to eat you alive, then do that shit again. What's the worst that can happen? You gonna unplug this shit and log off?
That's
but great. Even still, you don't go anywhere where everybody's gonna fucking agree with you. You got the whole amen corner when you go in there? No. They say you're not gonna, if you playing all home games, you're not gonna progress as shit.
Let me make the statement again, brother. I think I said it before. I didn't say stay at home games. I said go to a place where you're like, I don't mind a problem having an argument, a dialogue with anyone, anywhere. However, sometimes people won't give you let's say you go to somebody's channel who doesn't like you. They mute you, they block you off, they shut you down, they won't let you speak. But if you go to a place where it's not your page, it's not their page, you got somebody else that's hosting it, then you can have a even dialogue without somebody else cutting you off. You don't got to worry about the friends cutting you off. You can get your point across. That's all I'm saying. It has nothing about being courageous. It has nothing about showing that I'm the man or I'm the woman or getting somebody who doesn't want to hear my point to hear me. Man, if you don't want to hear me, don't listen. I'm cool with that. But one thing that's not going to happen when I go to other people's spaces is me kowtow and let them treat me any type of way. If I know they're not going to treat me good, I'm not going there. I'm not going nowhere to get spit on. You know, that's stupid to me. That's just me.
Right. I agree with you. So I went over there because first of all, I didn't do any research. I didn't know you had to do research to go to people's area. So I was just being quiet and chatting it up with the men in the comment section, you know. And then they welcomed me to go in the hangout. They actually welcomed me. They were like, come in and say what you have to say. But then when I got there, you know, there was the Obsidian, right? That's the guy who now he's like, what's the title? He literally just wanted me to call women witches. I'm not bitches. I wasn't even sure if it was a play on the word. When I saw the title, you know, being about women being witches, in my mind, I'm thinking they making a play on the word bitch, right? Bitches, witches. But they were literally over there really talking about women putting spells on. They were really talking that bullshit. I think somebody over there.
So they're trying to blame women for their bad decisions. That's really what that shit is.
Right, but you know, so like they really wanted me to he just wanted me to call these women witches. So I'm like, well, what is a witch?
But
Then
that's
they make
that projection
I'm
shit.
stupid because I asked them, well, what is a witch? What's your definition of witch? Now they act like I'm stupid because I guess we all know what the definition of witch is. Like, what is a witch? Like, so
that's projection. Like they're trying to make up an excuse for them making bad decisions. Like, okay, the last 6 bitches stabbed you. Okay, you picked them bitches who stabbed you. They ain't witches just because of that shit. You picked them. So you can't sit there and blame women for your bad decisions.
Yeah, I think it was it's a setup, right? They
set
up where the women get the women in the hangout to conversate just so they can go in on them, so they can attack them.
Right, and that's stupid. I mean, again, you surround yourself by like-minded people. You're not going to progress no goddamn way. Period. So I'm saying you got to argue all the goddamn time. You can have different. I mean, let's say you got a Walmart somewhere. 6 people got 6 different ways to get to Walmart, but all you motherfuckers going to Walmart.
Right.
So
but you had to say shit.
No. I had asked them a question over there, and it was real simple because they were going in on women who wear weaves and how that's not natural, and they'll never like really get with a woman that wears a weave. So I asked them if they went into a club and they seen a lady with natural hair, no makeup, standing there drinking, or a so-called dime with fake hair going down her back. Who would you choose? And they all chose the woman that had the weave in her hair. Why? If that's not what you're looking for, why would you even choose that?
That's what they're looking for. That's just what they can't keep. That's the problem. I guarantee you that woman
complain about those women. You complain that they ratchet, that you complain about all they want is money. You complain about them women, but yet you choose them every single time.
That's what I'm saying. They're projecting their bad decisions onto that bitch. You picked her ass. You knew she was a goddamn gold digger when you got with her, but you didn't give a fuck.
You can't go into anything trying to change the person that you picked.
That's what I'm saying. So it's like you can't do that. Because me personally, I don't like women who wear a lot of makeup. I ain't saying she gonna show up my house with no goddamn afro, but I mean,
would you
and in the weaves and all that shit. Huh?
Choose her with all that makeup and then want her to.
I wouldn't.
Want her to take it off. Yeah, it's like, don't choose me. You met me. This is how you met me. Accept
That's what I'm saying. I got to be able to look at you in a wedding dress, a mechanic jumper, a damn teddy, and a fucking moo-moo and still want to fuck shit out of you. That's how it's supposed to be. So if you got all that fucking clown makeup on, I'm gonna assume it's a goddamn tranny. So no, I'm not like you got to take your face off before I come. No.
My
No,
belief is
that's
this: a lot of people got issues that they're dealing with, and a lot of people use the internet as a vent, as an outlet to say what they're thinking internally. Now, right or wrong, for me, it doesn't matter. But I think that a lot of people need to find a different way to resolve their own issues instead of trying to project their hurt and pain at other people. And I'm not one to call names, but a lot of people do it at men, and a lot of people do it at women. And listen, I'm sorry that you're all in pain. I'm sorry that you hate each other. I'm not one for hate. I'm trying to love everybody who loves me. I'm trying my best to be respectful to everybody who's respectful to me. And hopefully people will move past that. But some people make so much money about hating on the opposite gender that they're never going to stop. If all your fans are hurt men, then you won't stop talking about women. And if all your fans are hurt women, you're not going to stop talking about men. I don't care how good, how nice, how kind, how sweet somebody of the opposite gender is to you. You're not going to stop something that's going to help you make money. It doesn't matter if their rhetoric or what they do is right or wrong. Most people don't really care. They just want to survive and eat and live a life. And if the internet talking about other people, putting people down, talking about how women ain't shit and witches and that men ain't shit is going to help you get where you need to go, they're not going to stop it. Now, I wish I could do it, but most people like drama more than they like peace. And as long as that's the way, it's going to keep on being like this.
I agree with you.
it's like this. People get onto the internet, especially YouTube, to become an over-exaggerated version of what they are in real life. It's like you lame in real life, but they get onto here and they become a kingpin or a queen pin. You got all these damn followers, but you can't get off and do this shit. So they're doing everything on here that they can't do in real life. They can't go out to the clubs and complain to the women who they sit there spending money on, but they can do this shit on here. Problem is, they could get with a bunch of like-minded people. It's like fuck them, yeah, fuck them. But at the same time, let that bitch walk up in there. All you motherfuckers be throwing money at. So they're trying to lash out at the women they can't keep. I mean, it's so damn obvious. It's not even funny. So when y'all go over there, you reminded them of how they are in real life. So, I mean, unfortunately, you got groups where a bunch of them will meet up in real life and be like, yeah, fuck them. Fuck them. Okay, well, I mean, shit, let that bitch walk in here and see what y'all do. That's what they want, but they can't wife that. It's like you don't waited your whole life. You don't went through damn ratchet after ratchet after ratchet after ratchet. Now you mad and starting this big town shit because you made bad decisions.
I agree with Charles when Charles said that we should be uplifting one another instead of tearing each other down, and we should, and talk about the good stuff. And I do that here, Charles. I speak about, relationships because I am for relationships. I'm for families, and so when I go into somebody's area, I know that these men are not particularly into women, but if they give us a voice, then I'm there to share my side and to let them know that yes, you do have some black women who supportive of you. You see what I mean?
Exactly.
I want to know that you have some support. I want the younger men who listening to them to know, my brothers, you do have some. There are a lot of us out here who support you. We want good for you. We want you to do better. But
right, it's like you can't.
And then we end up on somebody's panel where their agenda is to tear you down, to show that no, none of these women are here for you. Look at her. See? So I didn't raise my voice. I didn't use no cuss words. This dude just started screaming about what's the title? What's the title? You know what I mean?
Yeah, because you reminded him of how he really is in real life.
Well,
in real life, he can't get you.
In depth. We just want to keep it basic. Sheep, how you doing, baby? I see you in here. You had something you want to say?
Yes. Peace to y'all. Thanks for inviting me on. I'm glad you specifically said, for the young guys not to listen to to those types of older dudes. And that's one thing I tell dudes younger than me, because I'm young. I'm only 32. So I tell a lot of the older guys, like, a lot of the younger guys, like, don't listen to these older dudes because a lot of them want to be you. They want to live your life. See, them type of dudes, they didn't get what they wanted out of life. They didn't
That's
have
exactly
sex
what I
with
said.
they didn't want to, they didn't have the chance to have sex on a prom night. They didn't have the chance to have sex with the women they wanted to. So now they come on here and project hatred for women. And a lot of that stuff to me is borderline homosexual. If you
Yup.
saying that women are evil and women are witches and all that stuff, do you know that's what the Salem witch trials was about? They was running around killing women because they was having periods and
Right.
calling them witches. That's
Well,
hope.
it wasn't just that. It was
Wait a
the
minute.
Salem witch trials was mainly about any woman who wasn't complying. You call her ass a witch. That's literally what the
Yeah,
Salem witch trials was
and
about.
that's basically how they run their program over there. And to me, that's borderline homosexual. All the dudes
Yeah,
that
but think about
agree
it.
with it, all of the guys that agree with it, all of the guys that be over there talking at them, to me, those dudes is borderline homos.
But
And a lot
what's
of
the
them,
common ground with them?
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. You gotta let him finish.
and my thing is this. I don't really rock with that type of stuff because at the end of the day, I love women, number one, because I love my mother. See, we got to really go back and look at why these dudes is hurt. Because a lot of these dudes, they just hurt. They butt, like I put in the chat room, they butt hurt dudes. They dudes that wasn't able to get over certain things in life. And that's what we all have to do, men and women, in order for us to get along, in order for us to do what we say we want to do here online with each other as black people, we got to heal our relationships. And the first thing we got to do is we got to get over being let down. That's part of life. I had to learn that. You got to get over that woman hurting your feelings. You got to get over that woman cheating on you. You got to get over that woman fucking your best friend. You got to get over that shit. You cannot keep living your life out of that, because if you do, you'll never go nowhere. You'll never be as successful as you want to be, because you're going to constantly hold yourself back. That's why them dudes can't find no women. Don't no women want to be with them dudes, because those dudes, what they try to do is they try to guilt women into being with them. That's what
Right.
they do. And no woman is gonna let you guilt them and then deal with you. Because actually that's passive aggressive. And that's how them dudes are. And that's why I said they really hate black women, because I believe they really do. And it's because they really hate themselves, because they mad that they haven't developed certain parts of themselves as men. Because if you look at them dudes and listen to them dudes, they lames. Don't no woman want to deal with no lame. Them dudes is lame dudes. You know, like the brother said, in real life, those dudes are lame. Those are dudes you see in public walking around looking nerdy and corny. They just corny dudes. And what they need to do is just step their game up. If they step their game up, they'll get what they want. But they not willing to do that because they expect women to bow down to their bullshit. They
Right.
expect that, and they was taught that by like the brother Charles was saying. It's a systematic thing. See, the system is the one who pushes that misogynistic, chauvinistic type of attitude that a lot of men have. Like women's supposed to bow down to them. And how I know that, because I used to be a chauvinist. I used to be an asshole. I used to be like that too. But you know how I knew what was wrong with me? Because I sat down one day and said, damn, why all my friends got all these girls? I could have girls too. The only thing, you know what was stopping me? My own bullshit. It wasn't the women, it was me. I was pushing women away. But I didn't see that till I actually sat back and looked at myself. And see, that's what those dudes don't want to do. But that's what you have to do if you're going to consider yourself an adult, man or woman. We all got to look at ourselves and say, what part did I play in this? Why am I lonely? Them dudes are lonely dudes. They're very lonely. And you know why they're lonely? Because they haven't got out of being hurt. and they keep projecting they hurt and projecting it, and they hate women, and then they expect women to say, oh, well, I'm sorry that happened to you, baby. I'll never do that to you. See, that's what they want to hear.
Right. An
They
example.
they want a woman to come and pacify them. That's how you know they dealing with mommy issues. Because that's what your mother's supposed to do. Your mother's supposed to come and say, baby, it's gonna be okay. That's not what it's about. You know, that's how you know they have mother issues.
They have mommy and daddy issues because mama is the one that's gonna pacify you. Daddy is the one that's gonna come in and say, get off of him. He have to learn rejection.
A lot of
maybe
them
that's why
probably
they
ain't
got
good with
coddled.
their father.
Coddling them will hurt them too, because what's the most common thing that all them dudes got in common? All them are older dudes, which means, again, it's not like they didn't have sex on prom. They didn't go to prom. So they was mostly simps, and then you sit there, you make bad decision after bad decision after bad decision. Now you middle-aged and fuck women.
They
You
don't
mad
know
because
how to take rejection. That's just what it boils down to.
Okay.
They don't know how
Exactly.
to deal with rejection.
Can I
No,
ask?
don't blame women because you made bad decisions.
To me, how I look at it as they don't think they should be rejected.
Let me.
By the
Can I
way
ask a
they
question?
speak, they think that they shouldn't be rejected because they're smart and they're in favor for this and they're in favor for that. So they think they shouldn't be rejected at all.
I really
Let
want to
Charles
ask a
talk.
question.
Let Charles go. Go
I
ahead,
just want to
Charles.
ask a question from the devil's advocate position. Not that I agree with it, but like I'm projecting that I'm the hurt guy. I'm gonna make a statement, then ask the question. Well, society said I had to do this. Society said I was supposed to get uh, my diploma, my degree, and I'm making 400,000 a year or whatever I'm making. Don't I deserve women? And this is from the devil's advocate position, because a lot of these brothers say I'm the good guy. I'm the quote unquote classic man. So if I am the classic man, why are the women not choosing me? And I'm coming from their perspective, asking the chat.
So I'm gonna ask you this: what makes you think you deserve a woman just because you make that money?
Right. You got to earn a woman's respect. You know what I mean? Like
Exactly.
you got to know how to speak to
Earn that
women.
money. You earned that degree. Now you gotta earn a good woman by being good to her, just like you was studying and doing right to get your grades. You have to earn that. You don't just get it just because you have something else. You did the hard work to earn that. Now it's your turn to do the hard work to earn a good woman, a good wife, a good mother.
They'll get them. They're just gonna bleed them dry, and that's their fault, because it's like
But
this.
they're not gonna
First
get
of
a good woman just because they have that money. They
Of
have
course
to
not.
earn that.
Of course not.
Because
It's like they're gonna get bled dry.
They got poor men who end up with great women, nice women, shapely women. I guess if y'all want to call a good woman based on her shape. You know what I
Because
mean?
they earned that. They were humble. They didn't expect her to just give in to everything because he knew he lacked something. So he earned that from her by being good to her.
Yeah.
You
Right.
It's like
can't
if
be
you
an
Society,
asshole because you have money and think you're going to get a good woman. You're going to get an asshole woman because that's what you're projecting.
Okay,
but
well, let me
see,
ask them. Let me
in
do a little bit more.
society,
Go
go ahead,
ahead, man.
Charles.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Charles.
I just want to throw another scenario out there. Well, I've been good to you. Well, you dated Derek or Peter or Rayway. I listened to you on the phone. I took you out. I did everything you needed, but you didn't show me affection. And now I'm hurt. So now I'm mad at women. What do I do? Because my brother told me I should move on, but I'm angry. What do I do?
Okay, you move
get on
on.
YouTube and join that
Maybe
MGTOW group.
that one woman wasn't for you. Maybe her interest was somewhere else. It wasn't you. And it wasn't about your money. It wasn't about you having degrees. She just wasn't for you. It was something about you that didn't move her the same way the other dude did.
Right.
So you just move on.
Okay,
Just
so
accept that because
let me
you're not
throw.
perfect.
I hear you. Let me throw another part. So now you've had 3 babies and you got divorced and you came back to me and you said I should have chose you. I wish you should take me. You should have chose me. So now I marry you. Then you divorce me and say I'm fine without you, but now I got to pay forever. But When I wanted you, didn't want me, and I took you with 3 kids. Then you married me and divorced me. Now I'm more bitter. What do I do now?
It was probably
That's
because
because
you
to
was
her,
bitter
her
from the
value
beginning.
dropped.
Once again, that's not her fault, because when she left you, you had the chance to move on then. You decided to listen to what she said and give her another try. She wasn't for you the first time, so what makes you think she's going to be for you the
Right.
second?
Exactly.
And see,
But look, it's like this.
that's why this is a
If you
good
can make a woman
conversation.
laugh,
This is a
you can
good
have any woman you want.
conversation
Wait a minute, we
because
got 2 people talking. Wait a minute. So go ahead. Lord, you go ahead, but keep it short, baby.
No, I'm saying, basically, if you can make a woman laugh, you can have any woman you want. So it really don't matter how much money you get. Period.
Right.
I mean,
So, but they
Go ahead.
lame.
that's what I was going to touch on, because society tells men that women are materialistic and women want the finer things in life. So the men who can provide that, they think women are supposed to be attracted to them and want them. And they supposed to bow down to them because that's what society says. Women are materialistic. Diamonds are girl's best friend. So if I can buy you diamonds, I can have you. This is how those type of men think. And
That's why they don't have
I'm
women.
glad there's women to say it's not about that. We are not like that. So that just shows that what society is teaching men or propagating the men is BS. And that's why those types of dudes are lonely, because they think, based on what society told them, that I'm educated, I make 6 figures a year, all these women are supposed to want me. And if they don't want me, then something's wrong with them. And y'all just proved that that's not true. So
That's
this is
not.
why this type of conversation is needed. And they
Let me
need to
tell
be
you,
listening to this, because this is real.
this is how you know you have a good woman. I'm gonna let you know this. If you can find a woman who she can be materialistic and want the finer things in life, you can provide it. But if she stay around and y'all work together to get the finer things in life, that's a keeper. That's somebody who value you. Not the things she's going to get in the long run, but she value you to help lift you up as well as herself. If you don't have
Right.
a woman that'll do that and just want money, 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 let her go.
But see, I think, Nini, I think that these dudes, they're not looking for good women. They're looking for women to use them as tools. They're looking for arm pieces.
And
They're
that's
just
why they
looking for
keep
they're
getting
just looking for
heartbroken.
women to do what they say and to just stand there. See, a lot of men who got that type of money, a lot of them use women like that. You just gonna come out with me on a date. You gonna look good. I'm gonna buy your outfit. I'm gonna get your hair done, and you gonna make me look good amongst these other lames.
It's the ego. Like I said, it's their ego.
It is. It's a status thing. They and I don't think their whole thing is not to have good women. It's not about that. It's about them using women just for what they have. Listen, I got money. So we gonna go out. You gonna do what I say. When we get back home, you gonna bend over.
I'm
That's
not.
it.
I'm not sure if I agree with that. I think that a lot of brothers have been, quote unquote. I may be wrong with the statement, but they've been brainwashed, and a lot of brothers, like you said earlier, they don't trust women, so they feel they're hurt, like you said earlier, for the choices that women have done prior to them, and now they're trying to shame women into acting in the way that they think that they should act. And also, like you said, I think that a lot of these brothers want. The untouched woman counteracting against naturalness, because most people, both men and women, want to procreate. So they want women to go back into the 50s, which is never going to happen, and they want their status, like you said, of being the man to get a woman to love them, even if they don't love them in a certain way, to fake it, and that's unrealistic. And that's what I think. Not saying I agree with almost everything you said. I just don't think that a lot of men, they don't really want super dominance. They want what they saw their quote unquote parents had, or what they was promoted from Leave It to Beaver. They want that. They want a woman that's subservient to them and look at them like the master of the universe, even when they don't deserve it. And that's my belief.
Yeah.
What else was that? Even if you get a woman, like I say, you're supposed to look at her naked in a wedding dress, a mechanic jumper, a fucking potato sack, and still get turned on by her ass. So it
I
don't
agree.
matter if she got all that weavy shit in her hair. And that's for you. If that's what you like. It don't matter what the fuck she got on. But yeah, if you lame as fuck, you gon' especially here, you meet with another group of lames. They validating why you butthurt. All you motherfuckers sitting in the circle jerk is butthurt about the same shit. Y'all made bad decisions. Y'all paid for these women with these kids, paid for all this hair and shit. And what she do? She left you for an ain't shit motherfucker. So now you mad. Then you start to, oh, black women ain't shit. No, you ain't shit. Because you picked them. You went out of your way to pick their ass. So now you're going to project on them because you made bad decisions? All these guys are older. And like I said, with the untouched woman is not going to have nothing to compare them to. So it's going to take a minute before she realizes she's lame. Eventually she's going to realize this shit.
But y'all say they want the Leave It to Beaver type life.
Not going to happen.
If you notice,
who wants that shit? I don't want one who's going to agree with me.
But still, on Leave It to Beaver, you didn't see Dad going out doing whatever. He went to work. He came home. If
that shit is boring.
They have to show that.
You should want to rush your ass home to either eat your wife cooking or fuck the shit out your old, because you got everything at home. That Leave It to Beaver shit, again, that's just like I said. Only punks are gonna play at a fucking home game, because you gonna come there and a woman's your damn, yeah, you supposed to be his cheerleader, I get it. But at the same time, you supposed to kiss him on his forehead when he do good and kick him in his ass when he fuck up, but at the same time tell him it's okay. Now get your ass up and go fix that shit.
Charles asked a question a while back when he mentioned the woman making choices. So as young women, and I'm speaking for myself, I was young, so I was dating multiple men, right? A man asked me to go out on a date, I went on a date with him. Another man asked me to go out on a date, I went on a date if I liked them. And all these men who I was dating were good men, right? Because I would only date good men. When I chose my husband, there was a reason why I chose him, but the other men, they were good men. It's just that sometimes we women, we supposedly choose what's good for us, what we think is good for us. So when you men are dating someone and she ends up getting married to another man, chuck that up as, hey, okay, I'll continue to date until I find the one that's for me. Isn't that how it worked for you men, when you could be dating multiple women and then you decide which one you're going to love and which one you decide you want to marry?
You're supposed to. I mean, it depends on where you at in life. Because again, for women, it's quality over quantity. For men, it's quantity over quality. That's why we settle down at an older age. You kind of got to go through that period of
you making a broad statement. My husband and I, we got married young. He was 21.
Well, so there's some exceptions.
Well, there's a lot of 21-year-olds, 23-year-olds getting married. It's a lot.
It's all the way that you're raised. It's the way that you're raised. And morals are taught. Morals are not natural. Natural is when you want to eat, breathe, and procreate. That's natural. Stopping yourself from eating is intelligence when you still want to eat. That's not natural. So when people get married early, it's usually because they're taught to do it, and it's their societal view, their ethics, and their morals. But naturally, every man wants as many women as he can get. So I agree totally 100% with Lord Gaelic on that one. It's quantity over quantity for a man. I'm not saying men don't want the best he can get, but if he can get them all, he's going to take them all if he can.
Right.
That's what I said. That's core behavior. Core behavior is basically like, if you lost everything, if somebody just wipes your whole memory, you just put your ass in the woods. You trying to eat and you trying to fuck some. That is natural. Now, again, to separate us from a damn lion is we have the right to choose. So you can choose to ignore your core behavior and not go out and fuck your room just because you can. But that's your natural instinct. That's not bad. It's not a bad thing. It's how you act on this shit. So getting married at 21 is not a bad thing, because a lot of people, they might do it to get out of their mama house, or whatever their reason is. There's nothing wrong with getting married at 21. But I'm saying it's like going through life, going through different types of women. You see what you don't want. especially when you're in your 30s. You know what you don't want. So by the time you
Well,
settle
the
down, it's like,
rule.
okay.
Well, back in the day, to have a sex with a woman, you had to marry her. So
Exactly.
that's why I married. So yeah, I
So
ended
I'm
up
gonna
getting
I mean,
tell you.
there's
early.
nothing wrong with that.
Shit. I don't know
Yeah,
what day.
Especially if
I wouldn't
I don't know
suggest
what day
nobody
you
get married
talking
early.
about. I don't know. Maybe the quarterback for Seattle got to marry him, but Future got that pussy for free. Had to beat
What?
that bitch off of him. You had to
What?
marry a woman to
What?
get some sex. What are you talking about? I ain't
That
never.
is how it was. What are you talking
When?
about? We're not talking about how it is.
When? In 1850?
When?
When?
Okay.
I'm a man of a certain age. I don't ever
Uh-huh.
remember women been just as horny as men since hormones was popping.
Okay.
There may have been stigmas attached to a woman that would fuck, but
Uh-huh.
they still fuck without man, especially if a man got a mouthpiece. We've been talking women out their drawers forever. Maybe these maybe I don't know who would do that.
Did the subject just change? Because I think the subject just changed. Okay.
I'm but
I'm
I'm
just
like,
responding to what you're
saying,
saying. Now, I know
look,
there's
I
something
ain't
else
worrying
you
about what
do.
he's saying. Cause he on some other stuff. This
No,
sound
I'm
like
on
the
some
old
real
dude that
shit.
came over
I'm
there
on
No,
some
talking
you.
real
about
shit. I'm on
Obsidian.
man.
But this is how I was raised. The woman always chooses the man. And that's just point blank. If a woman want to get married to a certain man, she chooses. The man don't choose. Because a woman can say if she want to open her legs or not. That's just something with morals that's went out the door, that women just open their legs to any and everybody. But at the end of the day, the man don't choose. The woman chooses, and that man is going to work hard to make sure that he is the chosen one. That's the way it's supposed to be.
I'll have to disagree with that.
and you're supposed to draw the speed limit too, but that shit don't happen.
No, women do choose. That's the truth. That's always been true.
I'm gonna chime in on that real quick. The men choose. Actually, the men chooses first because the man decides whether or not he's going to take on the risk of the marriage. Then he'll approach the woman and propose to her, and then that's her choice of saying yes or no. But yeah, the man normally knows. He should know the responsibility that's going to be required of him in a marriage. So if he feels like this is the woman he's going to take that risk on, he's actually choosing before her.
See, you talking matrimony. The
Yeah.
average, yeah, I'm talking macaroni. See,
Hi, Benzo, by the way. Welcome to the chat.
we just speak in different languages. That's why there was some confusion. I didn't mean to be rude. I
It's
just
okay.
have opinions like everybody else. But I ain't never been married. Why would anybody get married? That shit's stupid. I mean, when you dig somebody and it's cool, let it be cool. When it's not cool, why do we have to go to court? Why do my income have to be a part of it and your income got to be a part of it? How about we just not kick it no more? That's a better way to me. Dedication.
That's why there's no wealth in the black community, because just based on what you're saying, your children wouldn't get.
Can I dive somewhere completely else with it?
Go ahead, Charles.
Brother Benzo, I understand your point, but I kind of got to elaborate why people get married. There's a couple reasons. Usually it's for moralistic or ethical reasons to fit into society, because as a group, we all want to fit in and do what the group says normally.
Not all of us.
So just listen to my point.
I understand the logic behind it.
But can I finish? Or you would like to go, then I'll stop, and then when you finish, I'll go.
Please, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, that's cool. So the whole point that people will still get married today is for building generational wealth, because that's how marriage is a business. I don't care what people believe. They say it's love first, but it should be seen as a business to spread wealth to your descendants without having to deal with the legality of trying to prove who deserves what. Now, you can do it other ways through trust and such other ventures, but marriage is usually the easiest way. However, there are detrimentals to marriage, and we all know divorces, cuckoldry, or different things that can happen. But you ask why would people get married today, and my answer is going to be either ethical, moral, or for wealth. That's usually the reason that people get married.
What you
That's
mentioned
answering the question you asked.
What you mentioned at first was societal pressure.
Yeah, but I said society is why people get married. That's why women want to get married and have a ceremony instead of just jumping a broom. Because we could just say we're married we can be a couple right now. Why do we have to go through the law? But most people want to go through the system celebration and fitting in with society that says you need to pay for marriage certificate, spend so much money on a wedding, and give the woman her day. And because women dominate society and buying, and they dominate sex, because men can't have sex with a woman without her consent. This is what men will do to get the woman. And it's changed a little bit, but overall, that's why marriage is so hard, because women control sex, but men have to make a decision to get married. So a woman can't force marriage.
Well, statistics are showing across the board that fewer and fewer people are getting married every year. I'm not saying whether it's good or it's bad, and that goes across racial lines, ethnic lines, socioeconomic lines. That's just a fact.
That's not true. That's not true.
That
Actually,
is true.
We in the 46% where they're finding that marriage is up. It's not down.
46% of whom?
Of Black people that we are marrying each other. It's not down. So where do you read that?
No. Well, if 46%,
you're hearing that on YouTube.
No, I'm not basing that on YouTube. I'm citing other facts. I'm not as simple as to base my things that I say based on YouTube. But I don't know though that 46%.
The marriage is at a high. Marriage is actually at a high.
Are you married? No. I'm sure during the 40s, 50s, and 60s that the amount of people getting married was much higher then than it is now.
We're talking about in the last 20 years. Now you want to go back? How many years we gonna go back?
Well, if we're gonna put things in a context, and
what I know, marriage is down. What I know.
I'm sorry. I don't believe in marriage. I think it's a mistake. But I noticed something you said, Miss, earlier. You said Oshay Jackson is a wise and a good man and all this.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
Okay.
I said he's an educated Black man, and I respect him. I respect you.
I respect you as well. But Oshay Jackson looks like Godzilla. That motherfucker's ugly as fuck.
You're talking about the man's looks, and you another man. So that's suspect, baby. I don't think he's unattractive. I'm a woman.
You think he's good looking?
I don't think he's unattractive.
Well, he's an ugly.
So why did we get on looks? You know how you did that, right?
Let me tell you.
You just talked about another man's looks.
And you know what? And I'm not ashamed of it, because that's an ugly ass nigga. And if you let me complete my point.
So if he was cuter, wait a minute. If he was cuter, would you be attracted to him?
No.
Hey, Bon Terry, I know this is your hangout. Can I get involved for a second?
That's such a low frequency.
Hey, Brother Benzo.
That's what I'm trying. Let me finish my thought.
Let him finish. Let Benzo go ahead. Brother.
Okay. You're speaking that he's intelligent and this and that and the other, which would make him desirable. But he looks like Godzilla. That's one ugly ass nigga. You don't even get a chance to see how intelligent he is in any other type of setting. If you walk into the room, you be goddamn, that nigga's ugly. You think he's attractive?
He would be a man that if I wasn't a married woman and he was there, I might walk up to him and say hi. So, looks are subjective. So, yes, he would be a brother who I would walk up to and think is attractive. How about that? You okay with that?
Everybody knows he's ugly. You playing games right now.
You mean everybody knows he's ugly?
Can I get involved?
Yeah, go ahead, Charles.
Brother Benzo. I tend to agree with Bon Terry, because I think that looks are subjective for a lot of people. Now, we all like classical symmetry, but for you to say what somebody else finds attractive, you can't really do that, because everybody's entitled to their own opinion. Some people.
Why are y'all being so weird? That nigga's ugly as fuck.
Hold on, brother. I let you speak. I let you speak, brother. So I just want you to hear my point.
Go ahead. You can talk to your blue in the face. That nigga's still gonna be ugly.
Hey, but I'm not trying to change your opinion. That is not what I'm trying to do. What I'm trying to do is speak, and then if you have a counter position to my speaking, then you can say what you want to say.
Go ahead. Let me.
Okay. What I'm saying is this: that for you to tell, like, you could think he ugly as shit. That's cool. But for Bon Terry to say she don't think it's ugly, you gotta accept her opinion.
I accept it.
Okay, that's
Now
what
I'm
I'm gonna say.
older. One man's trash is another man's
Can
trash.
I
Totally
say
agree.
something real
Totally
quick?
agree.
Can I jump in real quick? Now, Benzo, a little while ago when you first came on here, you said that men been talking women out their drawers forever, right?
Yes.
So what you think ugly niggas do?
Man, I see
That's
ugly
what they
niggas.
specialize in.
Hold on.
That's what they specialize in.
Hold on. I'm just saying that he's ugly. That's going to turn, so they have to try harder. I'm not knocking anybody's game or
Right,
anybody's hustle or anybody's
right,
back. You know, if
right, right.
ugly, I'm not doing that. I'm just saying that he's ugly. And I
Well,
see
actually, you are doing that. You
I
actually
see
are doing
ugly.
that when you refer to that man as ugly. You are
He
a
is
man.
ugly.
He's not ugly to me. I
But
find
my,
Ugly than a motherfucker. Ain't
I love dark chocolate men who
I
look
didn't
like
say nothing about
not a
skin
beautiful.
tone.
I don't want no boy looking man. You know what I mean? I
Let me
want a
tell
pretty
you what.
boy. I like a man who look like a man. You see what I'm saying? And
Let
y'all
me
some
tell
sexy
y'all something,
ass
man.
men in this hang up right now. What's wrong with that?
Look, you could take some dough and throw it in his face and make animal cookies. That's one ugly ass nigga.
Animal
Trolls like Benzo
he's
would sit
stuck
up
on
there
this shit.
Man,
tell
hold on.
young
I'm just telling
not
the truth.
look, no, he would tell young men to not marry
What
women,
I would
leave
do.
these women alone, and turn around and took off those same young women that he told y'all not to touch because he know if y'all not touching them, he can.
You know something, Miss. With all due respect,
Go ahead, Benzo. Go ahead, baby. Go
with
ahead.
all due respect, Miss, you're putting words in my mouth, and that's just unsanitary. I would never do that to you.
You putting words in everybody else's
No,
mouth talking about
no, I
O'Shea
just
and
said
what they
O'Shea
think
is
about
ugly.
O'Shea. That's
I
what you
just said
think.
O'Shea is an ugly ass nigga, and y'all gonna try and fight me on that.
Because that's your opinion, sir.
Nobody's fighting you on your opinion, but you're entitled to it. But don't try to convince. You can say that anyone is ugly. You can call me ugly. I wouldn't care. That's your opinion. You right to believe what you believe.
Well,
I think that O'Shea is doing him. O'Shea ain't in the chat. So why we even talking about it?
Yeah, why we even talking about
So how about you show your face and let's get our opinion. Let's show your face. Turn your camera on, Benzo.
Hold on. I'm beautiful.
Well, turn your camera on, Benzo.
Hold on a second. You seem to. Why are you offended when I call O'Shea ugly?
Why I'm offended that you told me I was
ugly. Talk about something else. Let's talk about other stuff.
Look, why is this a referendum on me? I might be uglier than O'Shea. You know, if they say it takes one to know one, I might look just like O'Shea.
Oh, that might.
They say it takes one to know one. I might look just like O'Shea, and that even my mama called me ugly. So why can't I call that man ugly?
Well, if you look like O'Shea, then I find you attractive. I don't think he's ugly. I don't think he's ugly.
I think you're being very disingenuous. But
I really don't think he's ugly. I really don't. You know.
All right.
We're not jumping on you, bro. We just think that you're using his looks as a way to make a point based on the conversation we had.
Look,
that's what I thought.
You know what? It's good that you all aren't as superficial as me, but the rest of the world isn't as deep as y'all. The rest of the world is superficial and simple. And you guys are probably to be commended that you can look past a nigga's looks that looks like Godzilla. I can't even watch that nigga, man. I don't know how to that nigga, man.
I'm just wondering why you were thinking that way, because he's a man. You know what I mean? Like, men not supposed to be beautiful.
Let me tell you why. Because I was responding. I noticed your statement that, he's somebody that you approve of. Because when we talking about people and attraction, we're attracted to intelligence and we're attracted to someone that's well-spoken and well-dressed and smells good. But looks do play a part.
Yeah, it does. It does play a part. And you're right. Maybe I find him attractive because he is educated. Maybe me listening to a brother, speaking what he speak, his mind, like you doing right now and the rest of everyone else. Maybe that overshadows anything you might see.
Look, if you like the way O'Shea looks, you would love me.
Well, then I might love you, baby. Nothing
Right.
wrong with it.
Right. It's all
Okay.
good.
It's all good.
Well, thank you for you guys letting me express myself, and I'm going to let you guys carry on because I'm not trying to disrupt your party that y'all having here.
Now you're welcome to stay and participate. It's all
I
good.
mean, y'all ain't trying to deal with
It
no.
ain't that, bro. Come on.
Oh, we
It
just
ain't
don't
like
take
that,
it
man.
personal, baby. We just chatting.
I want to hear everything you got to say. You seem like you
Yeah.
might be a very interesting man to have a dialogue with. I would love to hear your opinion because I haven't really heard it all the way through. I didn't disagree with you when you made a statement, and I think Bomb Cherry did when you said marriage was on a downswing. I think marriage is on a downswing, and I understood the question that you asked. Why would people get married today? I didn't disagree with it, but I was just explaining to you why they would get married. Because I'm a person who would never tell someone not to get married, but I would ask them, why are you doing it? And will it be beneficial to your life? Because sometimes it could be extremely detrimental. Sometimes it could be one of the worst decisions you can make. Because it's like buying a home or putting your money in an investment. You know, you can lose everything if you marry the wrong person, if you believe in that. So I think the dialogue you're having was great.
Oh, good. Well, thank you. Yeah, marriage isn't for everybody, man. And
Agreed.
And 50% of the time, across ethnic and socioeconomic lines, it ends in divorce. It's a gamble. It's a gamble, and it must be hard to make it work.
I would agree with that. Shit, you sound like my dad. My dad say the same thing. He didn't marry my mom. Him and my mom broke up. They never got married. And my dad has been with other women and he never married them. And he always tell me, like, you know, I know you love your woman and all that, but you know, be careful with just go ahead and jumping into marriage because, you know, like he say, marriage is not for men. But I don't look at things the way he do. I look at marriage as a family thing.
Understood.
Like, you know, like the sister was saying, it's about generational wealth. If you look at the people who run society, like people like to talk about the Illuminati and all of that. Those are families.
All family.
Those are families. Those men are married.
Yep.
Those men are married. Their children are married. And this is how they have the power structure they're able to have. So if black people did get married more and have more structure as a family, we can be able to do more. Our children will be able to do more.
You're probably right.
Because I believe this, bro. I believe if my mother and my father was married, I believe they would have been able to accomplish more. And as I grew up, I would have been able to see better things in life. I would have been able to have more.
I totally
agree. But the fact that they didn't get married and they didn't stay together and keep the family together is the reason why I grew up broken in a lot of ways. And as I got older and I'm still doing it, I have to repair myself. So now I understand, learning from their mistakes, what I have to do, because I don't want my sons to grow up like me. I want my sons to grow up and feel like there's women out there that'll love you and you can build with. I don't want them to feel like there is none. And that's the problem that I have with the conversations that Obsidian they be having. They be talking like there's no hope for men in relationships with women, and that's bugged out to me.
I agree with you. See, the problem is they talk about problems instead of solutions. And there are solutions, but I'm going to say this: most people aren't taught how to be in relationships or how to make family. They just like a man to choose a woman and used to choose a man, but you guys are not learning how to grow together to have that business of a family. Because, like I say, marriage is a business. It's about generational wealth. And that's the problem with most black people. We don't know how to work together as a team. See, I'm about team building. I'm not about destroying. I'm about working with people. And if I disagree with you, I ain't got nothing slanderous to say. You know, I just won't engage. I won't engage with you until we can come to a resolution where we can both win. Because I'm not here to destroy you. Because if I destroy you and you destroy me, we both lose it. So we got to learn to work together and help promote us and get us to the place where we have some type of influence.
Right.
Exactly. Because at the end of the day, if we all are talking about relationships here, we have to learn how to relate. True. And that's the problem that black men and women are having. We have a trouble relating. Why? Because somebody got to be right. Somebody got to be wrong. Somebody got to, throw a monkey wrench in the conversation and be offensive. That type of stuff has to stop, because that comes in between the art of relating. The art of relating is not arguing. The art of relating is not being disrespectful. We're never gonna relate on no level. And the reason why we have dysfunctional families is because our relationships with our women are dysfunctional. You wonder why the children are messed up, because the parents are messed up.
So true.
That's what it is. Dysfunctional relationships create dysfunctional families.
True.
And Black people, we come from dysfunction. We have to admit it.
That's
we
true.
come from dysfunction. Most of us, not all. Most of us come from dysfunctional families. Why? Because the dysfunctional relationships that were never repaired.
You're right. I agree. I want to add on to what you're saying. See, the problem is somebody got to first say that I'm hurting and I don't want to hurt. I want to love.
Facts.
You got to
Facts.
You got to try not to control other people. You got to be receptive to listen to what they say. And if you can speak to me without putting your pain on me, but you can tell me how you feel, then I'm gonna show you empathy. I want to empathize. Sometimes I can't, but I will at least sympathize. And that's what it is with men and women. You got so many men and women that just hurt, man, and you lashing out instead of saying, brother, I'm just hurting and I wish we could find a way to have common ground. Once you say that, it changes things, because I love sisters. I want every sister that can talk to me. Even if she don't agree with me, tell me I'm wrong. They didn't tell me why. I'm like, you know what? I'm going to understand your perspective. Doesn't mean that I agree, but at least I understand. Like you said, relation. I want to relate to you, my brother. And all my sisters, I want to relate to you. I want you to feel free to talk to me.
Let me explain why I did this hangout.
I'll be quiet.
I did this hangout with the title is because I am one of those sisters who've been teaching. I do live streams and we talk about relationships and hurting, difference between men and women. And then I went into that area yesterday, reaching out to my brothers and sisters. And what happened was, the way everything worked out, they started telling these young men, there's none. She's not even for you. I'm telling men, I have your back. I love you. I want to support you. Then all of a sudden, Obsidian get up there. He kicked me out, so I can't say nothing. They block me, so I can't respond. And then they go on to talk about me for a while, as if there's no Black women who has your back. Don't trust none of them. Don't trust nobody. See, so I have to speak to that. I have to say, no, he's lying, and stop listening to these old men who have no families. They don't have no children. They don't have nothing to really offer you, young men. So unless you want to be angry, if you want to be angry.
I'm going to tell y'all why I have a hard time with this. And I know I should be talking about this more, but my parents are divorced. Been divorced since I was 10 years old. But when I tell you, I'm almost 36 and they're best friends and been best friends since the divorce, that's what I got to see. So all this hate against each other, I don't know why, because I see my parents go through hard times and I've also seen them become best friends throughout that. They didn't get remarried. They don't live together. They still live separate, but they're best friends. To this day, I don't have secrets because they still talk to each other about me. I'm their only child. But I've seen the hurt. I mean, my mom did cheat on my dad. I've seen this. And I've seen the separation. I've seen the divorce. But I also seen the common ground between them two. And it was me. I was the common ground. I'm the child. And I feel like most men today should make that their common ground. You don't have to be with that woman. You don't have to be with that man, but still be a family, because you are a family. Do that for that child. Raise that child up right and together.
That's easy for the woman to say when she's cheating on the man. If the woman cheat on me, go let that new nigga be your best friend, bitch. I'm not fucking with you. And
what about the child?
And that's why the dad is out the home at that point, and the child suffer. Why should that child suffer? Because of what
the woman wants to step outside the marriage.
It doesn't matter. That's not that child's fault.
You know what? See, look,
not the
and what? No.
You don't
In
have
one
your
breath,
responsibility to
in
that child
one
that you
breath,
created.
I have a lot to say.
Go ahead, Benzo. Go ahead, Benzo.
In one breath, you're talking about marriage, and the next breath, you're excusing infidelity. Those two are just not going to
No,
work
you missed
together.
her point, baby. You
No.
missed her point. She was talking about the child.
I'm listening to you very close. Of course, take care of the child. That doesn't entail being the woman's best
I
friend.
don't mean taking care of the child with money. I'm talking about being a family unit, putting your differences to the side.
Ma'am, there is no family unit when someone steps outside of the marriage. Your father's a simp.
Oh, boy.
Oh, Lord. Now you
I can guarantee you he's not.
Hey, Brother Benzo.
Your father let him get stepped out on. She's fucking somebody else. Yeah, he can love you. He can raise you. He can be a part of your life. But if he's trying to make this woman his best friend after she did him dirty like that, he's a goddamn simp.
It's not about what she did.
Y'all need to hear. Y'all let her say this dumbass shit.
Can I speak?
Yes, that's somebody that's bitter. That's somebody, to me, my dad actually being a friend. That's a real man. That's putting his differences to the side.
That's a real guy.
Let Charles speak.
I just want to say, cause it all depends on the perspective of the person. Some people can take somebody cheating on them. Other people can't. I'm not saying what's right or wrong, because different people are different things. Most men would expect a woman to forgive them if they were unfaithful, but most men won't forgive women for being unfaithful. And I'm not justifying anybody for doing anything. We could really break down definitions, because monogamy and fidelity are two different things. Now, most people are not monogamous. They're serial monogamy, meaning they date, marry, and do what they do. But people have a moralistic outlook that you got to stop being human when you get married, and people are going to do what they do anyway. So when you get married, you should get married for the business of it, not for the quote unquote love. Hopefully you find somebody who thinks the same way as you do moralistically. And if them being unfaithful, if them cheating on you is going to destroy your marriage, then hopefully you choose the right person so it doesn't happen to you. But like I say, if it's about raising a family and raising children, you shouldn't want to end a business or generational wealth over one person's mistake, unless it's just totally, not saying misstep, unless it's just total disrespect. If it's total disrespect, you can't take it. I mean, go ahead, say what you got to say. I'm just making my statement. I'm not justifying anything.
If your mate has affections, feelings for someone else, how are you going to build with them? Are you going to give them, listen to this, are you going to give, let me finish.
Okay.
I'll be real quick. Are you going to give them bricks, cement, and blueprints, and they give it to the next dude?
I can answer this question.
You know what?
That's why the marriage ended. What part of the marriage ending don't you understand? That's why the marriage ended.
Let me answer the question, brother. I think everybody has their own moralistic outlook. And I don't think anybody singularly loves. People lie, and they make what do you call it? Promises they really can't keep. That's why people get divorced so much. But the whole point is
that you might feel that way at the moment.
Well, let me you ask the question.
Wait, let Charles finish. Let Charles finish.
I'm trying to answer it. So it depends what you get into. What is the purpose of it? Now, if somebody being monogamous to you in your relationship means the most to you, then find somebody else that's like that. And if you let somebody, if your wife or your husband cheats and you leave, that's your choice. But just understand you made that choice. Some people are going to stick it through. And if they're unhappy, I don't agree with that. But if you are in it for building generational wealth for children that you know is yours, then deal with it. I mean, to each their own. And I'm not going to call, let me finish. I'm not going to call nobody a simp for the decisions they make, because it's their choices. I'm not here to shame men or women to act any way. Just be respectful and honest to each other, and don't mislead people, because a lot of people lie to each other. You knew from the get-go you was a player, but you got married and you kept doing the Tiger Woods or Bill Cosby on the side, but as long as nobody knew it was all good. Why can't you just be honest from the get-go and say, I want to be polygamous or have plenty of women, and I want my woman to be loyal to me? Some women want to be players. You
should tell her mama that. You should tell her mama that, because her mama broke the contract.
And they both understood that.
Marriage is a legal contract. Your mama ain't no good.
And they both understood that. That's why the divorce came into play. But what you don't realize,
ain't no good.
Wait a minute. Wait. We're not gonna be disrespecting people, mothers and stuff. See,
Her mother fucked around on her father when they were married. It gets no worse than that. How do you deal with that? Her mama's a fucking hood rat.
Okay, Benzo, we gonna you not acting like an adult right now.
Hold on a second.
you ain't got to use names. You know, we're not kids. You don't have to do that.
No, we gonna let him do what he do because he don't realize that he is the problem. You are the problem because you show no respect. Yet you want a woman to respect you. Do you hear how you're talking? But you expect respect from a woman. You are the perfect example of what we're talking about. You show no respect, which means you don't deserve it.
Man, you know what? How the hell are you making your mother cheating on your father about me? Because I'm calling it out.
Yeah.
Because you're being disrespectful. You can call it out without being disrespectful.
Hold on. She's the one fucking somebody else.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't. That's her decision, but it's your decision to be disrespectful.
She's out fucking
like something without.
Hold
on. It's her decision to do that. She is her own person.
You know what?
But right now, it is your decision to be disrespectful now. But then turn around and say you want a woman to respect you.
I never said nothing about no woman respecting me. That's you putting words in my mouth again. I wish you would stop it. You
don't want others to respect you? You don't want us to respect you right now in this chat? You want respect.
No. Look, if I'm wrong, if I'm in a marriage and I cheat on somebody, I'm wrong. I can get called out for being wrong.
But we're not talking about that. We're talking about the name calling. You don't know my mama to even call her anything, to be honest.
You could say she wrong without calling the hood rats.
Is your mother an adulteress?
That she is, but a hood rat.
I could call her by her behavior.
No, okay.
So hold on a second.
That's not hood rat behavior.
Hold on.
That's not hood rat behavior.
Marriage is a contract. Marriage is a contract.
Can I get involved, Brother Benzo?
Marriage is moralistic. And then you do something outside. You break the terms of the contract, but you still expect the benefits of the contract.
I understand.
I understand.
They got divorced. You don't understand that they got divorced, Benzo? Did you hear that?
Yeah, but he's still sniffing around trying to be her best friend.
Hey,
for the child.
He's not trying to do anything. They build a life together at first, and when you have a child, especially a daughter,
let me put myself on mute so I can hear you
in this society.
Nini, let me speak for 1 second. Brother Benzo, you're not wrong for having your opinion, but that's just your opinion. Everybody has to live their own life. If the man and the woman can have a friendship, that's on them. You may not do it. Somebody else may call it simping, but as long as they're happy, who are you? You can judge all you want, but your judgment means nothing on their lives. So you got to let people live. Me, I feel do what's right for you. I'm not too much bothers me. As long as you're not hurting nobody physically and you're not robbing from somebody, it's all good. A policy is more than that. And people have been unfaithful and cheating and divorcing for years. So I don't get offended and pit off by what people do. Just live your life and try not to affect society and the children negatively. And that's it. That's my statements.
Go ahead, Nini. What you had to say, sis?
He is very negative about everything, for one. But my thing is, they got divorced, but they realized they still had a child to raise. In society today, daughters need their fathers. And why be mad and bitter towards my mother when you know you have this child that you have to talk to? You know it takes two parents to raise a child. They had to talk to each other. And if they built a friendship behind talking to each other about their child, then so be it. That's not wrong. That doesn't make him a simp. That makes him a man that he can put his own differences to the side for his offspring to make sure she comes up correctly.
You have a point. Your father's a bigger man than I am.
Nobody's saying that he's bigger than you, Benzo.
I'm telling you that he is.
Okay, but you know what we saying to you, brother? One
thing I do is I do listen. Okay? And I heard her, and she made her point, and I get where she's coming from. Her father rose above the circumstances because of his love for his daughter, and that's actually a beautiful thing. And it's too bad that had to happen to him because he sounds like a good guy. Some may call him a simp, but you know, I'm evolving my position on that.
And see, I could.
It's honorable to rise above circumstances and what peer pressure and what your initial instincts are for the greater good. So he sees the greater good. He knows what it is. So it is what it is. God bless them both.
Right. And see, I'm glad you turned around and you said that, brother, because I was gonna say that some men, when they give their heart, because a lot of men are opting out of marriage because they've been hurt so much that they are afraid to love again. But you know what your dad did was he didn't want to feel like he was abandoning his child. So it was no longer about your mom. He wasn't being friends with your mom because he wanted to be friends with her. He was being friends with her and being cordial so he can be there for you. And I'm saying this because I know, because my dad did the same thing. And my dad had a lot of resentment for my mom for years for stepping out on him. Because that's why he left. But some men, when they commit on that level and they get hurt, some of them never repair.
That's right.
Some of them never repair because you have to understand that you have to understand what society tells men to be. We have to be strong. We have to be this. We have to be that. So when a man marries a woman, he feels vulnerable. And when you got a man at his vulnerable state and you take advantage of him, he may feel like the world's over.
You know,
like he said, how you think you got OJ? Why do you think some men kill their wives for cheating? Because they gave their heart, something that they took a chance doing, and they got hurt.
I have a question to ask the panel before we jump on something else. Besides Bomb Cherry, how many other people in the panel at least has been married? Doesn't matter if you're divorced. Anybody?
No, I've never been married. I'm too. Well, I can't say I'm too young, but I've never been married.
Nini?
What did you ask?
I asked, besides Bomb Cherry, how many other people on the panel
ever been married?
Has been married.
Oh, yeah, I've been married.
Before that, what's up, Charles? Man, you all over the place, man.
I've never been married. I'd never get married.
Slick. That's that. It was just the next person. Anybody else?
Yeah, I've been married.
Are you still married?
No.
Okay.
She cheated on her husband.
Come on, bro.
No. That's not what happened.
That's a joke. Y'all gotta laugh a little bit.
That's not what happened, but we did get divorced.
Right. Because you cheated on him.
Okay. Y'all can continue on. I just wanted to ask that question.
Right.
And Jack, you didn't tell people that you were married at one time. You were supposed to let them know you also.
Oh man, I'm all over the place because I'm on different sides with this whole topic because of the different things I've been. So we'll put it like this. So I was a baby daddy that ended up living with his son's mother. Then I ended up getting married to another woman years later, and I also was a single father. So I'm looking at everything from slightly different perspectives.
You checked all the boxes,
and I could see every single one of y'all's perspective. Being married these many years, right? 28 years. I remember when I was a single woman out there having fun. I remember, when me and my husband was going through issues. I remember the infidelity portion. I remember those things. And in a marriage, the two people who are involved, they make the rules. And we negotiate. And through these 28 years, me and my husband had to come together several times to renegotiate, right? Because we were married when we were younger. We started maturing, growing together, then growing apart. We had to come back together, which means we now didn't have to sit down and negotiate. We didn't actually sit down, like a negotiation, but you know what I mean? He may do something I don't like, or I do something he don't like, and then we argue about it, and then we decide, is this worth this marriage? and is our children work this marriage? You see what I'm saying? So the truth of the matter is, I probably wouldn't be married 28 years if I didn't have a commitment to my children. Because things may have been done in the marriage that would have made me say, hey, I'm out of here. But see, once you become a parent, that's where we're losing it in the Black community. We're not understanding the importance of parenthood. You have a responsibility to our children. I'm raising 2 young boys. So what do I do when we tear this apart? How do this work? If they come and live with me, they come and live with you, how this going to work out? How is it going to affect them? So 2 adults didn't have to make a decision. Instead of being selfish, where I could have went and been with other men, I decided to do what's right by my children.
That's good. You know, you got very nice teeth.
Once my kids become a certain age, see if we want to split up at that time, we can do that.
Right. You put your kids first. That's good. But, you know, you
Most people don't understand the sacrifice you make. When you have children, you sacrifice yourself.
Never wanted to do that. This life is for me. Them little motherfuckers will suck your blood and curse you. And
then children are not for you then. Because when you have children, you sacrifice.
I have participated in the raising of children. I have a goddaughter and a niece, and they've turned out very well. Some of them didn't always have the best of circumstances, and I learned my lessons there. You know, you're friendly with these children, man, and they get to a certain age, man, they become very rude and disrespectful. But that's another story. I just think they're motherfuckers. I got friends. I'm a man of a certain age, right? I'm 50 plus. I've got friends.
You're not even much older than me. So I mean, I don't know why you keep saying that. But okay, check this out. How do y'all feel? How do you men feel about men who have children? They leave their children to go with another woman, and they helping this other woman raise her children just because they're in the household. He forgot about his other children, his real children.
It's pretty fucked up. That's pretty fucked up.
For me, there's a story behind the story, and there's always a story behind that story.
I was going to say the same thing because I think this is my belief. There's a lot of women that have children with men that they know don't want to have children, and both men and women are responsible for childbirth, but women have total control over childbirth.
Total control.
So I think that more women should make smart decisions because you control the womb. You should interview the guy. I mean, I totally have empathy if the guy says, I'm going to be there, I'm going to be with you, I'm going to raise this kid, and he leaves, then I'm all for that. But if the guy tells you from the get-go, I don't want to have a child, I'm wearing a condom, and you on the pill, and then you end up getting pregnant and having a baby anyway, and then you get mad at him for not being there, you were disingenuous and dishonest to that man because up front,
and you know what? You're right, and he still is labeled the deadbeat. Not everybody can be Kevin Federline, man. That's one of my heroes. My question
is, I guess my statement is to you men is understand that once you give out that seed, you have no control. Once you give a woman your seed, you lose all control. So cover it up or go and have the surgery that Jack had.
There you go.
Why got so much thing in there?
I'm sorry, Jack.
You
was open about that, Jack.
God damn.
Listen, women are really a trip. They're going to go ahead and excuse a woman being an adulteress, and they're going to go ahead and let you get your balls clipped off at the same goddamn time and say that shit with a straight face. Man,
I will say this.
No sirree, Bob.
Men really want to procreate, and if they gave men the pill, wouldn't be no babies. So
women want to procreate more. Men get to the point if they don't have kids, women go nuts in their 40s without kids.
But the Benzo, what I'm saying is men want to have sex. So that's what I'm talking about. They want to spread their.
Right. All right. Well, okay. Sex and procreation are.
No, but it's still the act of procreating. It's still genetic survival.
You know that's how that works, right?
You don't think about it. So the point I am trying to make is, a man can take every precautions, but he's still going to have sex. So what is he not supposed to have sex? So that's the point that I'm making. Because you're saying he needs to wrap. A man can do everything possible. He can wrap it up, put it in the trash can. Some women go in the trash can and get it. or and say he could have sex with her friend. I mean, there's nasty women out there, just like it's nasty men. So the point is, women are not punished. They're not punished for having a baby from a man that didn't want to have a baby with them, and that should change because a lot of women are using men for what they want. Like he said, women want to have a baby way more than a man do. A man want to go through the act of procreating, but every man don't want to have a baby. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, so, no, I agree with you. But I guess what I'm saying is, if you know the act creates babies, then you can't claim that you don't want to have a baby with a woman. Every woman you have sex with, you need to say, this can potentially be my baby mama.
Right. I agree with you 1,000%. 1,000%. But the problem is a man still gonna want to have it because it's natural. It's something that it's easier said than done.
Listen, baby, I want to have sex too. You know what I'm saying?
Hello. Women want it as much as men do, if not more.
I totally agree.
Why somebody said whore? Like, why you keep using
No. No. I said men want to do it as much as women do. Excuse me. Women want to do it as much as men do, if not more. You heard
not more.
You heard.
Oh, I saw. Yeah, I heard whore.
That's not what I said. That's not. I may push the envelope a bit for shock value, but I'm not going to come on your panel and call you a name like that.
Oh, now, no, I wasn't saying you was calling me that, baby.
But her mama's a totally different story.
Oh my God. Anyway, look,
Benzo, you better stop throwing shots at my mama. I'm letting you know now. I go behind my mama.
Look, your mama don't need no more shots getting thrown at her. I'm sure your mama's someplace right now taking the shot. I mean, that's what she likes to do.
Hold up, old man.
Hold on. You brought your mama into this. Man. We didn't need to know your mama's business like that. How you think your mama feels?
That was back in the day, sir. That was over 25 years ago.
Once a hoe, always a hoe.
That's a lie.
My grandmama said a leopard don't change her.
Your grandmama lied.
Oh, you listening to your grandmama, huh?
My grandmama
raised by your mama and your grandmama, and no man in your life, and that's why you act the way you act, with no respect towards anybody.
My grandma was a hoe just like your mama. Go ahead and accept it.
And that's why you are disrespectful.
Man, your mama's the one.
Because you got them kind of women raising
Benzo, you taking this topic to a whole nother.
She the one to say she's the one that came out of her own mouth. Wasn't nobody twisting her arm.
She did not call her mama whore.
Not at all.
You put your mama's business out here in these.
She was just talking that we was making a point. So we all put our business out here, right? I just told you about my marriage.
I don't put my mama's business out here. I might put.
You just put your grandmama business out here.
Yes, you did,
my grandmama. I don't like her like I like my mama. My grandmama was a hoe.
Man, something wrong with you.
But you too old to be acting like this, Benzo. But okay.
Why can't I have a little bit of fun?
You can, but you ain't got to talk about nobody's mother. You know what I mean?
Let me tell you what I'm doing. I'm just keeping it very real, and that makes some people uncomfortable.
So wait a minute. Let's talk about that word you call real.
Go ahead.
When you say, because this is that thing that some of y'all do, y'all. I'm keeping it real. I'm keeping it real. So what's so real about you calling her mother out of her name?
Because let me tell you why it's real. That's an accurate description of her mother's behavior. Okay, I don't know her
25 years ago, right? So what about today?
No. Man, if I killed somebody 25 years ago, I'm still a murderer. Your mother stepped outside of her marriage and had sex. She's an adulteress. You know, it is what
adulteress.
It is.
Now, you called her adulteress. That's one thing, and that's
hold on a second. If we were to get the thesaurus, and y'all know what a thesaurus is, right? Words that are associated with one another. I bet if you look up adulteress, you would see whore, slut. You would see all kinds of pejorative terms describing a promiscuous woman. So it is what it is.
Oh my God.
Okay, let's change the topic.
Yeah, man.
Let's change the topic.
I really think she shouldn't be putting.
I think you just being disrespectful because if somebody started calling you,
hold on.
That wouldn't be right. You know that ain't right. You know it ain't right as a man of your skin.
Exactly. That ain't right.
Man, no.
Can I interject for a second?
That ain't right. Go ahead, Charles.
She called her own mama a hoe.
Hey, right and wrong is subjective, but when somebody tells you that it is disrespectful to them, if you want to show respect or you want to get respect, then show them respect when they say they don't
No,
like those terms.
I'm actually outraged. Look, I came onto a panel where you guys are championing and putting marriage up on a pedestal. Okay.
Pedestal.
Yes, most of you that spoke are in favor of marriage for one reason or another. The gentleman stated generational wealth. You stated stability for your children. All honorable things. I'm not knocking that. It's just not for me. But then this lady, and I'm calling her a lady, I'm being respectful, spoke of her mother being the opposite of the ideals that you're championing.
Yeah, I got that. But I want to make a statement.
So I addressed it. If you want, listen, if you guys wanted to stop, I'll just stop right now and not talk about her mother no more. Just forget about her mother.
Let me make a statement. All I want you to do is hear what I'm saying. All I'm saying is this. If somebody, okay, you can't offend me or disrespect me really at all unless you cut me off pretty much. But if somebody lets you know, hey, I find it to be disrespectful, then you should honor that statement. I mean, you don't have to take it as disrespectful, but respect is something that is subjective. And somebody tells you subjectively that they feel what you're saying is disrespectful, then you respect that. Not that you find it to be. It could, like the term "hoe" don't bother me.
Fair enough. I got it. I can understand. I won't do it no more.
So you something else.
It don't stop the truth, but I don't have to say it.
Thank you.
It is what it is.
That's all we asking.
You know, in the back of each of one of your minds, y'all thought the same thing. I just said it. Not everybody. Women allow that behavior while cursing the man. Unbelievable. There's a double standard here.
I'm gonna open up a little bit. I don't care what people do. Live your life, man. Just be respectful and be honorable.
I'm gonna be respectful.
No, I'm not talking about you. Listen to me. I'm talking about whoever people deal with. Just be honorable to whoever they deal with. You say what you want, but if somebody say they don't like what you're saying to them, then honor that. But you can do what you want to do. I don't care.
You know what? I stand corrected. I understand how that may offend her. I spoke before thinking.
Okay, she, what you have to say, baby? You had a lot to say in the text. Any other topics y'all want to hit on?
Yeah, I'd like to chime in real quick about the quality of fatherhood.
I'm sorry, y'all. I gotta go. I gotta bring my daughter to breakfast.
Okay, I'll talk to you later, Nini.
All right.
Y'all make sure y'all subscribe to Nini. She has a channel. Look at her name so you can click on it. Go to her channel and subscribe to her. Okay, she's funny. Yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to chime in about the quality of fatherhood pertaining to the amount of time that the father is actually physically with the child or children.
Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, so based on my experience, the best place for a father to be is under the same roof that the children are, or child or children are. Once the father leaves the household, and even if he sees the child or children 2 or 3 times during the week, or you end up with those cases every other weekend, the quality that the quality of fatherhood and parentalship that the father can give to the children is tremendously reduced. So when people say, well, the father just needs to be around, in my opinion, there really isn't much that a father can do just being around, because he ends up missing out on a lot of the homework, preparing the children for the test, those little moments that you have when you're sitting at the table or in the kitchen and you chime in on little things here and there. A lot of that is missed. There's only but so much you can do. The 48 hours that you see, every other weekend, left out. So the argument.
But let me say this. My dad never helped me with homework. My dad was in the household, and he didn't. Like I said, my mother was the homework helper, the teacher. My dad, of course, did more with my brother than he did with me. But when we went fishing and hunting and things like that, that was my dad. But just by him being in the household was what taught me what what it was to be a man, what it is that men do. So he didn't even have to actively even participate with me, in those ways for me to know what it is that men are there to do.
But but you all were under the same roof, pretty
Yes, we
constant.
was on the same roof, right? So you're saying, so yeah,
Yeah, so
yeah,
that's what I'm saying. That to me, that's the best. Now, yes, it can be debated the quality of the father that can be debated, yes, but I'm just talking about in general. The father being underneath the same roof of the children is the best place for a father to be. And the thing when people say, "Well, the father just needs to be around," there's a lot that's diminished with him just being around. And then if you get to the situation where your child is only with you every other weekend, that's 96 hours in a whole month that a father gets a chance to uh you know do his father thing with the children. There's a lot that gets missed. And then when I brought up the thing about homework, because I was just anal with homework when it came down to my son. So yeah, you end up missing the homework, you end up missing the test. There's only but so much you can do if you have your children sometimes. And that's something that a lot of people miss they miss out on and they don't really discuss. And then one
but
thing
it's go
I,
ahead. No, I was saying is, but it's better than nothing. By what you're saying, some people will take it, well, I'm not gonna live with her because she cheated on me or whatever happened. And then listening to this to you, they may say, well, shit, I don't even have to hang around a little time if it's not helpful. So we just need to know staying in the family is the best. But a man who's actively, even if he lives in states away, a conversation, FaceTiming with your children, just letting them know that they can call you and reach out when they need you. That's
it's not
better
it's
than
not
nothing.
it's not the same. It's not.
Of course, it's not the same. I mean,
I mean,
it's
I
not
mean, I
the
mean,
same.
I mean, when I say it's not the same, it's not good enough. And but then that also ties into one thing that child development psychologists and even the family court system, they're just starting to address is the parental alienation issues that occurs
Oh
when
man.
with the between the mother and the father and the pulling of the child back and forth.
It happens. Look, let's be realistic here, or let's look at it for what it is. A man
Now, whoa,
is
whoa, whoa,
great.
before you go there, Benzo. Now you have to remember, there's a difference between me and you. You've never been married, am I correct?
It's all right, but what I'm
Whoa,
about
whoa,
to,
whoa,
but what
whoa,
I'm
whoa,
about to
whoa, whoa,
say,
whoa,
but what
whoa,
I'm
whoa,
about, you
whoa,
don't even know what I'm
whoa,
about to
whoa,
say.
whoa, whoa. Do you have any children?
I'm not going to discuss that.
Okay.
That's not the
So,
issue. But let
so now
me.
the difference is
I'm not about to attack you at all. I'm just going to add a different perspective to it. If you would stop being so defensive, you'll see that. Just relax for a minute. I'm not attacking you at all. A man's primary responsibility is to earn and to provide. A lot of times, the course of earning and providing and commuting doesn't allow for that much time with the child. It just
Right?
doesn't. In fact, with a with most households requiring two incomes, you have a mother and father working. Okay, a lot of children are raising themselves or being raised by Instagram. That's part of the reason why you have a lot of dysfunction. You can have a mother and a father that are out there working their ass off to provide. Okay, so that's
Benzo,
all I
Benzo,
wanted to say.
Benzo,
And I don't
Benzo,
think.
Benzo,
Go
Benzo.
ahead.
Are you speaking of this from the perspective of being a father?
Yeah, well, a stepfather.
Being a father, where you're the biological father of a child or
Look,
children.
dude, you talking biologically. I know a situation where the biological didn't bother and the responsibility landed on my lap and I didn't shuck and jive and run away from it. I
Oh,
handled it.
so a woman had your ass simping.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Say yes.
Ain't no
Yeah.
shame in my game. See, you're trying to make this
So
some type of brother. No, 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 brother,
you
brother.
was playing a broke ass version of Russell Simmons for
No,
another
no, no.
woman.
Not broke at all. That's where you're wrong. That's where you're wrong. I could afford to do it. I pay the cost to be the boss. And we're talking about a quality woman, not the type of bitch to go run out on you and fuck somebody else because she feels some type of way. So there is a difference, homie. And I never married her. And let me tell you
so she couldn't get the baby daddy or daddies to do the job. So she found your simp ass to do it for him.
Well, that's a very simplistic way of looking at the situation. And there's far more to the story than that. But since you inquired, I'd be happy to share with you that the biological father went to prison. And
okay. So now we have a woman who had a poor choice of men to get with a man and went to prison.
Well,
because she couldn't get that man or the other men to do their job, you came along and played surrogate for the men that she couldn't choose.
That's you're again. Not only are you putting words in my mouth, you're creating a scenario to finish your narrative when I'd happily tell you the story. Okay.
No. The father was in.
Hold on.
The father was in prison.
Do you want to
correct.
be right, or do you want to know what happened?
No. The father was in prison. Correct.
You want to be right, or do you want to know what happened?
Now let me stop y'all.
Let me
say something. Benzo, what he just did to you
call me
is
Beasley.
actually what you have done to me.
Everybody calls me Beasley. He's on some adversarial type of thing, and he's trying to prove something. And I have no darts. I'm willing to bear myself and my situation and be subject to his ridicule.
Exactly.
I can take
and that's what you. Now we bring this back to the Nini when you talking about her mother. You see what I'm saying?
Because I'm a man. I got the courage of my convictions. that little girl that I helped raise, that does call me her father and send me Father's Day cards. Her father was a drug kingpin in Los Angeles who's doing 30 years in prison. I know the dude, knew them before, grew up with him. I have his blessing. She's a lawyer now and been a lawyer for 3 years. And strangely enough, she got a job in the prosecutor's office. So, I mean, it's really a different type of situation. And guess what? There's communication all around. I don't have that dysfunction in my life because we keep it 100 with each other.
And you just called her mother her father.
Because her mother is
you call the father a simp because they have communication. You just communicate with a drug kingpin.
Hold on, ma'am. It is what it is. Okay, I'm not. It is what it is. So
it was just a point to be made.
No, you guys have an adversarial thing because I'm telling the truth, and I'll tell the truth on myself. Yeah,
Hey, brother Benzo, I am not mad at you. I ain't called you truth.
You know what?
Charles.
Oh, hey, brother, I ain't called you no names. I'm not going to attack you. I'm proud. Let me speak. I'm proud for what you did. As long as you happy with your life and you felt that you did the right thing, and do you? I'm not one to shame a man.
And that was a beautiful thing and a beautiful experience. And let me tell you something.
Let Charles continue.
I'm not a man to shame a man or put him down for choosing a woman that he wants, as long as he can provide and do what he does and do it because you want to do it. See, to me, people like to use the term simp a lot, but you a simp if you're doing some stuff you don't want to do or you get manipulated to do it. But if you choose to do it, then it's on you. Now, you can choose women with no kids. You can choose women with 5 kids. That's your choice to make. Can't nobody tell you what's right or wrong for you.
Hold on.
Live your life.
See, back to the original, I didn't choose. She did.
You accept it, correct?
She's a beautiful woman. This is one of the baddest bitches you'll ever see in your motherfucking life, nigga.
Well, let me ask the question.
This is not no average bitch.
You said she chose right, brother Benzo.
Yes,
you said
sir.
she chose right.
Yeah.
But you accepted her choice, correct?
Anybody would.
So you freely did what you wanted to do. That's all I said. You did what you wanted to do.
You know what? And overall, because of communication and people keeping it real, even though we're not together now, it worked out well for all parties involved. It worked out well. We took a bad situation and made it work.
Right. That's what families do.
Took something that looked like destruction, like the phoenix, the ashes rose back up again, and got a relationship with her dad. Still talk to her dad, and he gets out soon. Would you like him to come on your show to explain the story?
Hell yeah, tell him to come on over, baby.
To tell you what a good friend I was?
Most definitely.
Yeah, because you did the work for him, man. You simped out.
What? Nah, he did plenty. He left her with a nice little nest egg. And
remember, he was a drug kingpin.
Now what it sounds like? So now what it sounds like? It's all about a game of everybody using everybody else and everybody else trying to catch a come up. So what was your come up after everything was said and done?
Hold on a second. What world are you living in? Did you describe the world perfectly? You act like the world is something else than a come up.
So after everything was said and done, what was your come up? The moms. It sounded like what she wanted. What she wanted for her daughter occurred.
I was with her for 16 years. Frankly, I got tired of her. She cheated
on you, baby? She cheated on you?
I don't know what she did. I would never ask her. That's her business. But I saw.
So wait a minute. So for 16 years, did you even discuss maybe the two of y'all getting married or something like that during the 16 years?
We discussed at the beginning how I really I'm against marriage. It doesn't work out. She
couldn't get married because as soon as that man got out of jail, that's who she married.
No,
you guys don't know. See, that's one thing I got to speak about.
Hold on a second. They weren't married. You know what? They weren't married either. And you want to know something? We're talking about real people here. We're not talking about pretend people that are on the panel that are living some fantasy land that get offended by terms and labels when they're befitting. It is what it is. See, for you to deny the fact that not only is her mother wrong for cheating on her father while they're in the contract of a marriage, that she's also an adulteress, a whore, a slut, and a piece of shit for doing
that. Like that piece of shit that used you for 16 years while her real man is in jail. You know what I'm saying? He was able to call you on your dime, collect calls.
I wish I could mute everybody.
Hold on. And now you gonna get it. No, he wanted it, and now you gonna get it. You over there, you just gave us enough information.
You even know her mother?
That bitch used you, nigga, to make sure you take care of her family, nigga. And then her real man, she ain't marry you because her real man is in jail. Soon as he get out, she gonna marry him. You did all the fucking work, you simp ass nigga, and now you want to come over here judging other people talking about, well, you know, her mother is a hoe. No, you live with a hoe. You took care of that bitch. That's what happened, Benzo. You simping ass nigga. You kept pushing and pulling and pushing, and we kept dealing with you. But
hold on a second.
No,
so you know what?
I'm not gonna take it no more, Benzo.
What?
You gonna be running off this shit in a minute, Benzo. I'm not gonna kick you out, Benzo. You simping ass nigga.
All right, you know what?
You made sure that her child got her college education and everything. You proud about a woman who's not even your own seed, you simping ass nigga.
Okay, let me tell you something.
You probably can't even make no motherfucking children. That's why you ain't got none.
I bet I could make.
And now your ass on here want to call another woman a hoe, and you thought we were gonna just keep I know people were shocked that I just let you sit in here with that simple ass shit.
Oh man!
And then you gave us another.
Let me tell you something. You big nose broke fake ass
nigga. Look, this is what it is. We already know what happened. Talking about you a man of age. What you is, you was an old ass man. Your penis keep hard, no motherfucking boy. Bye, nigga. Okay? Bye-bye. Bye-bye to the motherfucking room. Unless you got something to say.
You mad about that? You mad about that? Where's your husband?
Say bye. We not gonna play with you no more.
Ugly
bitch. Baby.
Bitch, you big.
Yeah, you go take care of that bitch and her kids. Anyway, I apologize to everybody else in this motherfucking hangout. I just couldn't take it no more.
Well, you know what,
Charles, I apologize.
Okay. Well, you know what? I don't think he was a bad brother, and I think that he was just trying to say his truth. And me, I'm different than most people because I don't care what people do. If you want to marry a woman with 7 kids, that's your choice. Just don't try to force your views on other people. And I understood why you did what you did. But that's not what I would have done. But hey, this is your hangout, and I was trying to I
If
think
that man had been calling your mom, if you shared something and then he started calling your mom a whore, you would have felt differently. You know what I'm saying? So I'm feeling.
You talk about me, right?
Yeah.
I'm a different brother. I'm kind of oblivious. I'm a responding kind. You say what you want to say, but it's different when we meet in person. So I don't go there because if it really bothered me, then I would catch you. So I don't even go there with people because it's not necessary. You can disrespect me all you want with your mouth. Okay, that means what? So what does that mean? You know, so I don't go there. It's not gonna give me no pleasure to call somebody out of their name that I can't touch. So I won't do it. That's just me.
But you notice he just kept every chance he got, he kept referring to her as a whore.
That's who he is, and I try to elaborate and tell him, hey, if somebody doesn't know disrespect is cool, but once you know it's disrespect and you do it anyway, either you lack emotional control or you're trying to push buttons. And you did what you did. That's not me. I don't have a problem with the brother. Hopefully one day we'll have a dialogue where he controls his emotions and we can talk, because I have nothing but respect for a brother that is happy with their own choices. But I feel like Brother Sheepstaysleep, I don't want to see brothers who get with a woman and then expect change and then they get hurt because the woman plays them or leaves them. So you got to be really conscious and conscientious and smart when you make these choices. To each their own. Everybody wants to be loved and to give love and to feel love. So do what's right for you. If you don't believe in somebody's moral choices, then don't deal with them. And that's my statement. And I will use the term simp a little, because I think simp is when you have a subjective intent to manipulate a woman, or you say stuff and you know it ain't who you are. You're doing it just to get over. I don't get over on nobody. I'm not trying to play nobody. I'm just being straight up. I'm done. That's all I got to say.
Okay. I agree with you 100%. You know, we all live our lives differently. Every single one. And if it works, even if it fails, and we get back up and go forward, learning from our mistakes, that's what adults are. You know what I mean? But you know that man, be honest. He was in here. I knew he was trolling, you know, when he first came in, but we put up with it. Then he started conversating. But how many times he got to call that woman's mom a whore? He didn't have to do that. Even after you even convinced him to say he apologized, he wasn't going to do it no more, then he persists to do it. So then another man like Jack started putting, you know, reversing the roles, putting it back on him, you know, and anyway.
and I thought, you know, I thought that's what you was doing too, Jack. I thought you was, you know, calling his bluff, you know.
Oh man, I ain't do nothing, man. I ain't do nothing.
Nah, I thought that's what you was doing, because I don't, from what I hear, you don't sound like the type of brother that shame another man for taking care of children that needs to be taken care of. You know what I'm saying? You just don't sound like that type. You know what I'm saying? So
I'm laughing. Hey, Bomb, you heard that, right?
Yeah, I hear.
Hey, don't say nothing. Don't chime in. Keep it to yourself.
Anyway, he right. Y'all right. You caught on right. Jack was putting it back on him the way he was putting. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because I mean, let me just say this. You know, and I hear a lot of people. You know, I hear, you know, those dudes. You know, like Obsidian and all those dudes. That's what they say. They say that you a simp, you know, you taking care of another woman's children and all that type of shit. But I totally disagree with that, because a lot of affluent people in society today were not raised by their biological parents.
Right.
So
some of those men wasn't raised by their biological fathers. You know what I mean?
Right. So that alone shows that they just being disingenuous. And we need to stop saying that shit, because our children need role models regardless, no matter who it is. So if you, like, for instance, if a guy's with a woman who got 2-3 children and he plans on being with her, he has to understand that he's going to take on the role of being those children's father, no matter if he's trying to or not. You have to, it's a package deal.
It is.
Period. And you just have to accept that. And if you're not willing to accept that role, then you shouldn't date women with children. But we can't we can't shame, and I'm not saying you doing this, brother, because I know you wasn't, but we cannot shame brothers for stepping up and doing that when that's what our community lack. If our community lacks stand-up men, then the men who stand up shouldn't be shamed.
Exactly.
Well, you know, I don't disagree with it. I just believe the two folds. There has to be respect on both sides of doing it, and the other side. I mean, Charlie and Eddie Murphy, they talk highly of their stepfather, so they were raised in that type of situation. And Shaq, he talked highly of his stepfather. So just those two cases alone, you know, the stepfather, you know, made a difference in those gentlemen's lives. And you know, yeah, they did become famous and, you know, became rich and stuff like that. But just those two show how important stepfathers are in the lives of both men and women.
Exactly. Because look at the type of father Shaq is to his children. We can attribute that to his stepdad. Because if he didn't have a representation of what a good man is, what a stand-up man is, which only a man can teach, a woman cannot teach that because she's not a man. She only can say what she wants a man to be. So that's a man's job. So he wouldn't have knew how to be a father if he wasn't raised by one.
Right, but I'd like that. But I also just believe there has to be respect on both sides, especially women. From what I've seen over the course of the 70s, the 80s, and until now, this is just, I know this is generalizing, but it seems as though there's less respect for men who step up to the plate and take on the responsibility. It's almost like collectively and vaguely, you have a segment of the black population that treat stepfathers like they're full of shit, like they're less of a man for doing that.
Who I'm sorry, who treat those men like that? Because you know, in the communities, within our black communities, fathers who are taking care of their children and also helping in the communities, they are looked up to.
You know what though? There's a lot of men, and I'm gonna speak, that are shamed by other men, and a lot of men that are shamed by women to make choices that the men really don't want to make. You know, I think a lot of men are disingenuous with their motivation for getting with women. So I have, and I would still say, for a lot of men that don't want to be in family type situations, then don't date single mothers, because you know you just want to pump and dump. I'm not advocating it, but if you know that you want to spread your seeds, then stay away from the single mothers, because it's a lot of work required, and you're most likely not willing to pay that amount to do it. It's not going to be worth it for you. And that's my statements.
That's a good point.
Good point. Big J, how you doing? Sorry for those in the room who I haven't said hi to. Hello to you all. Yeah, I'm sorry. I had to and he's welcome to stay in the chat if he behaves himself. But y'all know he kept overstepping that line, and I just couldn't take it no more. You know, and that's how it happens even in those men areas, right? They welcome you in, they allow you to speak, but they're ready to attack you. They literally are ready to just go in on you. And so usually with a woman, irregardless of who she is, if she's sitting in a hangout, she's usually know that she needs to be quiet. Because if she start over chat, you know, trying to get a word in, they'll say that she's being rude, speaking over the men. If they give her an opportunity to speak, a man cuts her off, and then when she try to pick up her point, then somebody says, you're acting like a woman, you're cutting in. And so, like, I've been in hangouts where the most I've had was able to say was, well, you know, I don't agree. As soon as I say that, bam, 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 bam. And then when I said, well, wait a minute, why are you being disrespectful? Like, it has happened.
That's because some men treat women like pets. They don't want you to talk. They just want you to sit there. And right. I'll pay you attention when I'm ready.
And you know, the ones who do this online, they don't have no woman to do that in real life, so they do it here online. That's what you women need to understand. These men, they don't have power in their real lives, so they're doing it here online. Like that guy kept telling me, read the title. What's the title? What's the title?
You got to understand.
Remember what you said, when you said that the men don't really have that power and they want to assert that over a woman? That's what he was doing in that room. He was trying to show that he has this power.
But I gotta say it before. I said it before, and I'm gonna say it again. You got a lot of men that's hurt by women, and you got a lot of women that's hurt by men, and you got a lot of men who are getting paid by bashing women. So if I know that my viewers want to hear me talk about women, and that's what I'm getting paid for, I'm gonna talk bad about women. If I know that there's some people that lie to women and tell women you the best. I'm not saying women ain't good, but some men give women bad advice, but it's because it's what women want to hear. They're not gonna tell women the truth. So women gonna still believe that they can do what they do, and men gonna accept them. And you got to, both men and women got to change who they are if you want to get together. So the men got to get rid of their wrong ways, and women got to get rid of their wrong ways, and do like Brother Sheepstaysleep said earlier. You got to learn to relate. If you keep attacking people and putting them down, it's gonna always be dysfunction. And there's a lot of money to be made off of dysfunction and slander and talking bad, calling somebody stupid and saying they don't know what they're talking about. And it'd be so much better if you say, you know what, I don't agree, but let's see if we can find a way to relate. That would change everything. But like I say, that ain't gonna get views. What get views is by saying everybody suck, women suck, men suck, black people suck, white people suck, dumb people suck, smart people suck, you all suck. That's all you gotta do.
Right.
See, here's the thing. Here's the thing about change. The hardest thing about change is you have to be willing to admit that you fucked up, and then you have to admit that you squandered months, days, years, and opportunities. And that's the hardest thing for people to get over. So they may say they want to change, and they may put in the first couple of steps, but they can't get over that hump of acknowledging that they've burned a lot of time and opportunity.
That's the truth. And that's what I was going to say. The hardest part about change is accepting the change. You first have to accept everything. You have to take, full onus, no matter who's to blame. At the end of the day, when you standing in the mirror and you looking at yourself and you have to deal with the situation, you may have not wronged the person. You may have gotten cheating on, but guess what? You still have to look at yourself and say, how am I going to get past this? And that's the hard part. Because a lot of people don't want to say, well, okay, if that's like, for instance, I tell a lot of my homegirls because they complain a lot about dudes and the shit that men do. But the first thing I say is, what is it about you that keep attracting those types of men? That's the question they never want to answer. That's the question they run and hide from. What is it in you that keep attracting those types of ain't shit men? Because you're attracting them to you. And it's the same shit with dudes. If women keep doing you wrong, or if you keep running into crazy women, it's something within you that's attracting them to you. Why is these crazy women so attracted to you? What is it that's within you? And you have to find that in order to get to that solution, in order to move on and to have a healthy relationship. But a lot of people don't want to accept that.
But the answer to that, folks won't come out and honestly say, hey man, I got with that chick because she had a fat ass. Man, she was cute. I like her hair. I like this, like that, because they understand once they admit that shows just how shallow they are. And you was more concerned about the outer appearance of that female, or the fact that she was giving you money, than the fact that you knew this chick was crazy. But I was just trying to ride this until the end, and then when I was done, I was gonna bounce. But bouncing meant you going to jail or you getting your house burned down.
That's true. That's that's some real shit, because that's something I had to admit to myself. I had to admit, like, damn, I wasted all this time and got into all this relationship just to get some pussy. I just wanted some on-site, on-deck pussy. And a lot of men don't like to admit that. But a lot of dudes got baby mothers and is paying child support and all of that shit because they wanted pussy on deck. You didn't want her to be your girl. You wanted pussy on deck.
Let me ask
and you was afraid to tell that woman that.
But see, this is gonna be, maybe I'll start some fire, but it's kind of, most women have a shield, correct? So most men have to be shallow because most women won't let you know who they are until you get to the certain point. So you don't know if a woman is an intellectual because she won't just have an average dialogue with most men because she's like, why is this dude talking to me? So sometimes men come from the straight shallow, she got a fat ass, because most women that they find attractive aren't going to engage in dialogues with them. So men got to spend money and try to get their attention. And they usually, after all that, they're not really caring what a woman has to say because, you know, she wouldn't talk to them just in a normal aggregate. So I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but how many ladies really engage in just normal dialogues with men, just in general?
Yeah, but once a man matures and he gets enough experience with women, they always get to that crossroad where you get there and you can honestly see what's going on. You got to decide whether or not you're going to go left or you're going to go right. Now, you know, I can speak for myself. I've taken too many of those damn lefts, and so I'll worry about it tomorrow.
Yeah, but in the okay, we have to have some type of commonality. So if a dude come up to a woman and say, "You beautiful, I like the Lakers. You like the Lakers?" Most women gonna look. What you talking? They gonna treat the man crazy because they probably won't like whatever he's talking about in general. And most men don't want to be who they're not just to attract a woman. So most men don't even know how to have conversations with women because they never have the experience or the experience of just conversing with women in a general situation. Most women will be like, "Oh, he's talking to me," and they treat men like scum. A lot of men feel like that. Not me, but a lot of men do, and I see it. I've heard a lot of men say, "Man, I just wish I could talk to the women. I wish they would just talk to me." And I try to explain it to them, but it's hard because most women, and I'm gonna say a lot of black women, have that guard up, that wall, and most men don't think that the women are going to be receptive to them for honest conversations. And you can't change that because that's what it is.
That's why man needs
wall up. We have a wall up because of things that could have happened to us since we were kids. We've always had to, you know, kind of defend ourselves, you know, and mostly from our own brothers, our own, you know, black men. So you're right, our walls are up, you know, but then there's also that thing where young men don't even know how to approach a woman the right way, because you might actually have a woman who will have a conversation with you, but coming up talking about, "Hey, mommy, that's a fat ass," that's not gonna work with her. That might work with some.
The average man is not going to say that, though. The average man is not going to say, "Hey, mommy, you got a fat ass." He goes, "Hey, how you doing? Let's have a conversation." I think they will say that. "Hey, can I talk to you for a minute?"
You men not seeing what you men do. You men really not seeing what. See, we as women, we know what you men do. Okay, and that's how normally how men will walk up, or the one that think he's smooth and he'll come and grab you by your hand. "Hey, baby, what's your name?" You know, he already touching. He's already invading her space. Y'all don't understand. I'm telling you, this is what y'all do.
How long? Okay, I don't know, because I'm assuming you've been out of the dating game for a long time.
Every time I walk out my house, baby, there's some man trying to get my number still today.
How do you? Can I ask the question? Because I don't know how you dress, but do you dress in a way that men would come at you in a lustful way, or do you dress in a way where men will come at you in a respectful way?
My dresses, because I'm so short, are long. Like, I don't wear short dresses, but I just have the body shape. So the long dress all the way to my neck up, still you can't help but see the butt because it's real.
I understand, but the question is, do you dress some people can dress very provocatively, and other people can dress very conservatively. So depending on how you're dressed, is how people are going to approach you. So if somebody wears a suit, you're going to approach them in a certain way. If somebody is wearing basketball shorts and sagging, you're going to approach them in a certain way. So my question would be for any lady, if men approach you in a certain way, is your appearance projecting a certain attitude where a man would approach you in that way? So a lot of ladies think that they're dressing sexy, but in a way it seems to be provocative and super sexually alluring. And men you're asking a man to turn off his nature to approach you in a way like, "Oh, what's on your mind?"
But we're not asking to turn off his nature. Just learn how to. If you're complaining that you're getting turned down based on approaching a woman, just approach her differently.
Okay, I mean, I understand your statement, but do you understand my statement?
Of course, and so when you talk about the women who are dressing provocatively, I guess that's subjective. So me in just a regular plain, if I showed it to you, pulled it up, you'll be like, okay, no, that's just regular and long. I put it on because I'm shapely, because of the way I'm shaped. Yes, the men might, you know, it doesn't matter if I wear jeans, they think it's sexy. If they, like, I don't understand when y'all say that. If I was wearing a short dress with chest out,
Well, you can wear there's business appropriate. You can wear something like you were a CEO of a corporation and look like Molly looks like in Insecure. If you dress like Molly in a suit, men wouldn't come at you too crazy because they would say, well, she's probably a woman with some type of power and prestige, and they would say, excuse me, miss, how can I talk to you? But if you come out and your cleavage is there and your dress is extremely form-fitting and all he sees is curvaceousness and voluptuousness, most likely he'll say, ooh, not that all men would, but some men would say, damn, maybe with that fat ass, what's going on with you? You know, however
so even in a suit, my body is curvaceous. Yeah. But why would a woman who's not going to a business meeting or to work wear a suit? You know what I mean? So
whatever. Before y'all continue, I'd like to chime in real quick.
Go ahead, Jack.
Eye of the Storm, they'll like you to send a link through their email address if you have the email address. They're having a problem with the link that's on the chat. Okay,
send me an email, bombcherrylive@gmail.com, and I'll send it to you, sis.
Okay, y'all can go on. Continue. Ding ding.
Okay, no, this is an interesting dialogue because I do think that a lot of women want to be loved for their brains, but you have a wall where most men won't even get a chance to have that type of intellectual, emotional, stimulating conversation. And most men have been taught that if I'm a nice guy and I speak to a woman appropriately, she's not going to give me the attention. But they've also been taught that the person that comes off quote unquote alpha, what's up, baby, is going to get the interaction. So more men are more likely to attempt to be the bad guy and lose to be the nice guy and win, because they've been taught that being a nice guy doesn't help you win. And overall, most men would say that being the nice guy doesn't make most men win. That's your Charles, but that's just me.
Okay. And you know, that depends on the woman, I guess. You know what I mean? Like what might work for one woman may not work for another. So that's all I can say about that. So a man coming to me talking about what's up with that fat ass, to me, I'm looking at him like he's a kid. But another woman might take that as a compliment and be willing to chat it up with him, depending on what he look like, I guess, also.
But the number one advice I give the dudes about that, I say it's all about the numbers. You're gonna have to try to chit chat with 20 women to get somewhat of a conversation out of 3. So you got to work the numbers.
I think I'm gonna say this because I hear a lot of brothers speak about that too. You know, women dressing a certain way and all of that, and that dictates how a man comes after them. And to a certain extent, I can agree to a certain extent, but me looking at myself, it comes down to intentions. If a woman is wearing a goddamn business suit, if getting your dick wet is on your mind, that's what you're shooting for. Whether she got on a short dress, whether she looked like a goddamn basketball player, no matter what it is, if you trying to get your nut off, that's your intent, and that's why you talking to her. It doesn't really matter what she wears.
That's 9 out of every 10 men when they talk to women in general. If they don't know her, it's the attraction. So of course he wants to see, can I connect with her? Now, however he does it, be it short-term or long-term, is depending on the woman. But unless a man has some type of moral stop or some reason other than information, he's talking to a woman because overall he wants to have sex. I mean, that's what it is. I see a girl walking down the street and I got no reason to talk to her, and I go talk to her. Why am I going to talk to her for? Because I find her attractive and hopefully we can connect, and no other reason, unless I'm just trying to kill time to catch a bus or something.
Right. But some guys use, the way women dress as a point of saying, oh, well, men only come at you for sex because you always dressing sexy. I don't agree with that.
Okay.
I believe men, no matter what a woman wear, a man will fuck a nun.
Yes, I agree. But the way that you look, the way that you look will give you a level of respect. Because if a girl looks like she's a hooker or a prostitute walking down the street, you think I'm gonna talk to her like, hey, excuse me, how are you doing today? A dude that see a prostitute or a hooker is gonna step to her like, hey, what's up, baby? How much you paying? How much it costs?
I agree with that. I can agree with that.
So if you listen, do you think dudes see girls show their ass on Instagram and be like, "You look so nice and humble," or do they like, "Baby, your ass is so fat, your titty is so luscious"? They saying stuff like that because they popping their ass and titties out to get paid. You know?
right. I can agree with that. I agree. Can't disagree with that.
I love ladies. I want to show every lady that interacts with me respect. However, you can't say this guy got to respect me and this guy can't, because if you see another dude just filling you up and grabbing your ass, he sees this, and he, even though he may not have the same opportunity, he gonna try to step to you the same way because he's seen you do it to somebody else. He see the way you dress. If he hear that 5 or 6 or 7 dudes are smashed, he don't want to be the dude that can't smash. He gonna try to smash too. And I'm not saying it's right or wrong, because woman has her preference, but don't expect him to treat you any different than the other guys because he's seen what they done. You know, if you don't want to be treated like that, then you can't act like it, because, you know.
I agree. The way you present yourself is the way people gonna think you represent yourself. I agree with that. I totally
But
do.
what happens with the woman who one day she has on that business suit and the next day she want to go have fun and she's putting on that sexy dress? Just because I dress sexy doesn't mean that I welcome men to come touch me on my butt and just speak to me.
You are right, but think about this.
Right.
You can't expect a man to turn off. A man is a man, and if you want the laws of the land to stop a man from being a man.
See, that's that we grew up with, you know?
Only law and peer pressure can stop somebody from doing what they want to do. So if a man sees you and he finds you attractive, he don't know you married. Unless he see the ring and he understand it, he gonna step to you, and he gonna step to you in the best way that he knows how to get you. So that's just like my brother said, if you trying to get it wet, he ain't worried about nothing. So damn, baby, you fine. How should I say it to you? Should I tell you that I'm telepathic and I can read your brain? Should I make a joke? Should I clap dance? Because I really want to get with you. What should I do? You know what I mean?
No, I understand, and I don't put the brothers down, and I'm not saying, you know, I know exactly how that works. So I'm not putting the brothers down. When they approach, I say thank you, but I'm married, so I get that. But what I'm saying is, you know, that what you said, men to be men. That's that bullshit that we've heard since we were girls. Men to be men. Women have a girl in her butt if she touches.
It's not right. It's never right for a man to physically assault you in any which any which way or form. It's never right. But what I'm saying is this: it's okay for a woman to be a woman. A woman can get emotional and slap and beat up a man and do all this and talk bad about him. But as soon as a man is a man for a minute, he's vilified for it and he's punished. And I'm not saying a man should ever disrespect a woman, but what I am saying is you got to expect a man to be a man. You can't come around. We live in a society that's overly sexualized. But woman is dressing sexy. A man is going to feel that I should be able to approach her because she looks sexy. So you can't expect me to turn it off just to make you feel comfortable, because you don't stop being a woman to make me feel comfortable. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but we got to look at it vice versa.
Exactly. No, I agree with you. I agree that the young women need to understand when a man approach, just take it as a compliment. But you know, there's some men, they don't take rejection well. Especially if it's done in front of their boys. You know what I'm saying? They done it in front of their boys and she's not interested. Now she becomes whores. What you doing? How this, that, and the other. So that's what women are dealing with. Young women are dealing with a man who, when she can be nice as she can give him a compliment and just say, I'm not, you know, I'm on my way. She's keep walking. And next thing you know, what you think you too good for me, bitch?
Yeah, I hear you. But
that's corny. Yeah, that's corny.
Do you think that men are more disrespectful overall, or do you think women are more disrespectful overall? From your opinion, Bomb Cherry.
I think it's equal. I've seen disrespectful women and disrespectful men.
There you go. So that's the point that I am trying to make. It's just like a lot of women would say men treat them crazy. It's a lot of women that treat men crazy. So first we got to say we both are disrespectful, and we both got to change the way that we approach each other so we can have a more fruitful relationship. I hear what you're saying. I'm just trying to say we got to change it up a little bit or figure out how to work it out.
I agree. Yeah. And that's what I would like to know. Like, what would you men, from your men points of view, how would we go forward? What do you think women could do to help? And then I'm going to ask you, what do you think men can do to help?
Well, okay. I'm gonna say this real quick, and this, to me, this goes for both genders. I think we need to start bringing our representatives to the table. Meaning, if we are gonna deal with each other, we need to just be real with each other up front. Stop bringing a representative. Stop saying things that you think women want to hear because you was told that that's what they want to hear. Stop taking the things that, because the way men are socialized, we grow up hearing certain shit from older guys. Like, oh, well, you should tell a woman she got nice eyes. She'll fall for you as soon as you tell her you like her eyes. There's certain things we heard growing up as boys. We heard other men saying that this is how you get a woman. And as I got older, I realized that that's bullshit. It's bullshit. And that's, to me, when you do stuff like that, what you doing is you bringing your representative. You not bringing the real you. You bringing a representation of you, which is not the real you. It's the fake you. It's like a prototype. It's not you. You're not being real. You're saying some shit to get what you want. And that's what needs to stop on both ends. The women need to stop bringing their representative. A lot of women say, oh, well, I'm a good woman. I cook, I clean, I do this, I do that. Then you go to her house, her goddamn toilet dirty.
Yep.
So we both need to stop the lying. Oh, I'm a man. I got this, I got that. Then you find out he live with his mama and he sleep on the couch and he can't even have company.
Yep.
So that's where I think the solution is for both of us. We need to stop bringing our representatives to the table and not being afraid to be who we are.
I agree.
On both ends.
I'll chime in on that. This is concerning women's dress. I'm like this. Okay, so if a woman is dressed with the cleavage showing a little bit more leg and skin, she's got to understand she's not only going to attract the 10% of the men within the club or the whatever she's at, but she's also going to attract the other 50% of men. So it comes as it comes, because when I attend black tie events and stuff like that, I'm dressed sharp. Now I'm dressed sharp for the type of women that I'm attracted to, but I also got to understand I'm going to be touched and approached by the women that's not my cup of tea. That just comes with the territory. And that's my part on the dressing.
Okay, can you hear me? Yeah.
Yeah, we hear you now.
What I think is people just like, I agree with everything that people have said. I just think that people should be more upfront about what they want from the get-go. If you're looking for a long-term relationship, say so. If you're looking for a short-term relationship, say so. If a woman doesn't find a man attractive, they should say so. Even if the rejection is horrible, say, hey, you know what? I don't really find you attractive, but we can be friends. Maybe we can grow, but right now I'm not looking for anything physically intimate with you. And a man should say the same thing. Listen, I'm trying to connect with you physically in that way. And if you don't want what I want, then we can maybe you can lead me to a woman that may like what I want. And that way you can have more fruitful relationships, because so many different people want so many different things. So many people are looking for companionship more than sexual relations, and you got some people that want sexual relations more than they want companionship. So you got to find people that are parallel to what you want and are willing to grow and understand that you can't change anyone. I believe there are so many women and men that think they can change each other. And being a man, I see it from a lot more women. A man can say, I'm about this and I don't want that. And then a woman, instead of being up front from the get-go, she'll say later, well, where is this going? Well, the man told you from the get-go, he just wanted to be out there. Stop trying to change people. Have people that have the same moralistic and ethic outlooks of you or as you have, and try to connect. And don't mislead and manipulate people to get what you want, because that's always wrong. That's my thing. That's why I think I'm an advocate of the mode one approach. I like that. Just be direct, be straightforward. That's it with me.
So I like that representative thing, because you're right. Listen, when I ended up getting married, I found out soon after that my husband wasn't all he claimed to be. He actually he wasn't all he claimed to be. I chose the man based on what he showed me, and then you find out soon after that it's checked. It's not the same. But how do we I don't know. I guess, do y'all think, and where would we start this? You know, when you tell women to come forward and be real, what does that really mean? Like, are you okay with, and are you men against the woman with the weave and stuff like that? Like, tell
I like
us.
I can be real. It's easy for me. Listen, you do you. I'm not a big proponent of makeup or weaves, but if that's what you like, that's what you like. But it's not something I like. I really like natural hair. I like women that wear afros. It's extremely sexy to me and appealing. But I'm not knocking somebody for their style. That's just who you are. Either I'm gonna accept it or I'm not. And if I don't like it, I just won't deal with you. You know, it is what it is. Like I say, I want a woman to be on my page. If she's not on my page, then we don't need to deal with each other. We can be friendly. We can be amicable. But if a woman doesn't want to do it, she's not helping me go where I need to go, then we don't need to be together. I don't need somebody who's in opposition. I need you to be with me. I don't need opposition. I need a proponent. I need somebody who's going my way. I'm not changing for anyone. I can work with you. We can barter in certain things, but I'm not compromising my goals for anyone.
Right. So what you're saying, you would when you come across a woman who's willing to build with you and move forward with you.
I agree with that statement somewhat. Yeah, what you said. I want a woman that's building with me, helping me get to where I want to go, and is going to work with me. That's analogous to where I want to go. I don't want somebody who's the opposite of me. If you want to go left, I'm gonna go right. I'm gonna let you go left. You can't pull me left because I want to go right. I'm not gonna change where I want to go for you. Now we can grow together, and if you see a bump in the road that you can help me avoid, get to where I want to go, and be an associate with me because we're analogous, it can work. But I'm not going to change my plan for you. That doesn't make sense to me. And you shouldn't change your plans for me. Do you?
Right. And let's establish that you sound like you know what you want in life. So what about the young men who don't know yet? And if a woman come along and she sees the potential, because that's how I was. I saw the potential in my husband. And I happened to be the one who would nudge him into a direction. Is that a negative thing for, because you got to make it clear, because some of these young men might be listening who don't have no direction at all. And then a woman comes along and say, hey, you know, let's go this direction. Is that a negative thing, or could that be positive?
It can be positive. I mean, there's nothing wrong with a woman being a motivational factor, helping a person become what they need to be. However, what I will say is that a man or a woman, you should never give up yourself for somebody else unless they are helping you get where you want to go, because that you'll resent it. If you're a woman and you know that you want to be married and have 5 kids, and you give it a guy who never marries you, you're going to start hating him. The same way with a man, you got to see the movie Acrimony, and I think it's great because Acrimony shows you how this man had a plan, and the woman kind of wanted him to give up his plan to go with her. Some people may hate the movie, but if you watch the whole thing, you can see what the man was saying. The man was saying, and I'm not justifying anything that happened in the movie, but in the movie Acrimony, the man had a plan and the woman gave up on him. And then when he got there, she tried to come back. And he was like, baby, I wanted to be with you the whole time, but you didn't want me to do what I wanted to do. And that's why it didn't work out, because she was trying to lead instead of follow her man. And I'm not saying there's nothing wrong if he wanted to follow her, but his plan was big. So who's supposed to sacrifice what?
Right.
Watch the movie Acrimony if you haven't seen it.
Yeah, I'm gonna check it out. Sounds like a good
and that's
movie.
to me, that's the important part. It goes back to intentions. There's nothing wrong with your woman trying to motivate you, or she see potential in you, and she says, okay, well, have you ever thought about doing this? And see, it's not what you do, it's how you do it, especially when it comes to a relationship, because a certain type of man doesn't mind taking counsel from his woman, but he don't want to feel like you being his mother. Some women don't know how to communicate it correctly, because you have some women that will feel like they helping a man when they actually hindering him, when they're actually being condescending when he don't do what she think he should be doing. And that's the part where it becomes a problem. You see, like what Charles was just saying in the movie, and I want to see that, because that's a big thing, especially in marriages and stuff, where a lot of men start to resent their women, not because he just resents her, it's because she don't know how to deliver what she wants her man to do. See, a lot of women forget that. They lose that factor once they get married. Some women lose that factor. They lose how to talk to their man. Because you got to talk to your man a certain way if you want him to do something for you. I ain't saying you got to kiss his ass.
Oh, you're right.
Because some women will think that. I'm not saying that. But the same way you know how to talk a certain way to him when you want some sex, think about that when you want him to do something.
Well, we get called we get called witches when that happens. You know what I mean? We get called witches. But you're right though. I've been married, like I said, 28 years, and I've never called my husband out of his name. Not raised. You know, we even if had arguments, you never break down a man. And women need to understand that the man you're with is the man you chose, and he's an extension of you. So I would never tear him down so bad to where, you know what I mean? Would I look like calling my husband a bitch ass nigga, any of that? You know,
I got a question to ask on that, Bomb.
Mm-hmm.
So you mean to tell me you've never gone in the bathroom, closed the door, put the towel over his mouth, and cursed him out?
Nah.
Oh, damn.
Not never. If I'm gonna cut first, we argue. We can argue or fuss or have a conversation without the name calling. That we don't need to be throwing adjectives at each other. We don't have to do that. Remember, isn't that what we were saying earlier in here? We were saying you don't have to be disrespectful that way to get your point across. But we in the Black community, we're so used to, you know, I don't even know why. It's almost like it's something that accepted that we call each other out of names. And I think you men, sometimes you can't forgive that. I think my husband would be, if I would have ever called him a pussy ass nigga, I think that's something that will always be in the back of his mind. And when we ran into real problems, we may not be married anymore. I know if he ever called me a bitch, we would not be married. We would not be married. See, marriage is about trust. And I'm talking about especially long term. There's nothing. If that man said don't go over there and don't go outside, I might ask him why, but I'm not going outside because I trust him enough to know that it's bad out there. That's trust. I trust him with everything. But it wasn't always that way. We had to grow to that point.
But I like to comment about the potential, and this is a problem I've been addressing for the longest. All right, so this is going to be a sexist statement. So, ladies, hold what you got. What I see a lot of with the younger women in their 20s, they want the house, they want the car, they want the children, they want everything now. So that guy will come along and he'll say a couple of things, and she'll take that as potential. But then they're ready to throw the locks on the guy. But then when you end up with older gentlemen who have a little bit more life experience, when they start hearing what she thought was potential, we can tell them that what he's saying is not potential. He's talking good, but you've got to let this guy take on step number 2, step number 3, step number 4 before you start talking about locking it down. You're trying to lock the man down on step number 1. Give the man time to show his true potential and then lock it down. But a lot of young women, and I speak for the older ones too, they hear something, they see a catch, and then they're ready to throw the hooks on the dude real fast. And then later on, they realize that the guy had potential, but he didn't turn out what he was all talk. And there's too many women, they find themselves caught up in that.
Well, potential just means that the possibility to do something. And for me, potential, what I saw in my husband was I saw that he could be a great father, right? That was important to me. And I also saw that he had some skills or the ability to go and get educated on the things that he said he wanted to do. So I think when women say potential, I think it is different from what you men think, you know, sometimes. But potential to me is.
And to me, that's what gets them caught up, because they hear the guy say, you know, I want to do this, I want to do this, I want to do this. So like if I had a daughter and my daughter's telling me, well, he has potential. I said, okay, what does he got planned? Well, he plans on doing this. He plans on doing this. He wants to do this. He wants to do this. I'll tell her, okay, for right now, the dude is a bunch of talk. Let him take care of this first, this first, this first, and this first, and then see what he's working with. Now, if she says, well, that's going to take 2 or 3 years, I'm like, there's 2 or 3 years that you won't have to suffer. Give the man time. Let him take the 3 years. Once he reaches that mark, then maybe you should start taking the guy serious. Because right now it's just a bunch of talk. But a lot of time the girls are also worried about, well, if he gets to step 2.5 and some other woman sees his potential, she may get his hooks on him before I do. So you got a lot of this stuff that's going on, and then you find yourself with young girls and even older women that's jumping into relationships and pregnancies and marriages that they had no business getting into because they heard the guy's potential, and then comes to find out the man wasn't what he said it was going to be. Damn,
That's a good point. That's a very good point. Because I would I would tell my daughter the same thing. That's true. And I think I tell 'em, I tell my sons, don't be so quick. My oldest son, because I got a 12-year-old and I got a 9-year-old. And what I tell my 12-year-old is, you know, have fun, be you, focus on you. Don't be so quick to focus on somebody else. You know, life is not about proving, to somebody else, what you are. Focus on you, build you first. And a lot of times I think what happens is you made a good point. A lot of these dudes, it's gonna take time for them to develop into what a lot of these women see them to be. It takes time. Just like it takes time for that woman to develop into what you may see her to be. So potential is just that, just the possibility of doing something. That don't mean it's gonna get done, and that don't mean it's gonna get done in the next week or two. It may take years. So you made a good point, bro.
Thank you. Yeah, because I've got a 25-year-old son, and man, I'm still preaching.
Yeah, because what society tell us men are. Society tells us that, oh, you the man, you supposed to carry the load, you supposed to do this, you supposed to do that. So once a man, or once a guy, rather, not even a man, but once a guy, you know, he start getting some faithful coochie on deck, and he gets a little coochie whipped, and he start doing the little things for the woman and stuff like that. He start feeling like, this is what I should be doing. And a lot of times that may not be what you should be doing. You should be trying to build you first, create something so that you can have something for you, so you can have something to offer before you can say, I'm this, I'm that. That stuff take time. That's why I teach my son, focus on you. Be the best you first, establish something for yourself before you run out here and say, I can give this to you, or I'm this type of person,
Right, because I try to explain to my son, like I say, he's 25, he's not married, and he has no children. So I tell him, I says, you got to understand, once you become a father, once you become a husband, if that's what you choose to do, there's going to be expectations of you that if you don't do, all eyes and all the blame is going to be on you. So you have to make sure that your ducks are in order. I'm not saying you have to be perfect, but you've got to have your ducks in order. So once you take on that title of father or husband and all those arrows start being slung at you, you be able to stand your ground. I said, if not, the first um, criticism you hear, you're going to do like some dudes do, jump up and run away. I said being a man, being a husband, being a father is not easy. But once you do what you need to do and you see the fruits of your labor, the effort is worth it at the end of the day. I said, but you got to be prepared for it. You can't jump into it. You have to be able to roll into it, running, not half stepping.
Indeed, indeed.
I think
Okay, I
Charles,
have a question for you, men.
and
So,
we don't have no answer, but go ahead.
okay, so I hear a lot of the men complain about them being the sole provider. But isn't that what you men want as men? You claim to want to be the head of the household. Doesn't that include being the main provider?
Yes, but it also goes back to, and okay, this may go off topic a little bit, but I think the worst thing for a man to not have, is a father in his life to be able to discuss these type of things to him, um, when he's growing up as a teenager and when he's a young adult, because like I said, between my son and myself, we have I think a 26 year difference. So I have 26 years of experience that he doesn't have. So I'm willing to sit down and say, hey, this is this is what's going to be expected of you in life. This is what's going to be expected of you as being a husband. This is what's going to be expected of you as being a father. Suck it up. That's just the way it is. And if you don't want to do it, then don't venture into fatherhood. Don't venture into parenthood. You have that choice. You have that option. But don't jump into something because you think it feels like the right thing to do, or the women folk are telling you you need to be doing this and you need to be doing that, because they've never been a man, they've never been a father, they've never been a husband, so they don't understand the dynamics of what these titles entail. And that's what I see a lot with a lot of young men. They don't have men to be able to sit down and just break everything down to them truthfully. Everybody's trying to play a game of facade. Everybody's trying to play a game of political correctness. And unfortunately, you got to be honest with the truth of the world. The world is fucked up. Being a parent is fucked up. Being a husband is fucked up. I mean, both sides are on both sides. Being a wife is fucked up. Being a mother is fucked up. But it is what it is, and you just have to roll with it. But you always have an option of not getting into it before you get into it.
Yep. To answer your question, Bomb Cherry, I'm gonna say this: we have to remember that men don't only provide in one aspect. So I think a lot of times, and I'm not saying this is what you saying, but a lot of times when we talking about men being providers, we looking at financially. A household is not just ran off of money, and a lot of women look at men as that. Like I heard the brother correct the sister when he said, women are not the teachers of children. And that's the truth, because my dad taught me how to write my name. My dad taught me a lot when I was a kid. Things that my mother did not teach me. So men are providers in so many other ways than just financial. Men are also is supposed to provide emotionally too. They are supposed to be emotional with their children. They're supposed to provide that. Your child is supposed to know that their father loves them. And I don't love you because I pay for you to go to school, because I buy you school supplies, because I put clothes on your back. That's not why I love you. I love you because you're my child. And I have to show you that. And not just through monetary things. A lot of times men are looked and treated as ATM machines or as a check. And he runs the household because he pay most of the bills. That don't make him a man, nor does that make him a provider. Because I know plenty of men that pay all the bills and come in the house drunk and beat the hell out their wives and beat the hell out their children. But they provide monetarily. But all of the other things that they supposed to provide is missing. So, you know, a lot of women need to stop just looking at men as monetary providers, because we are supposed to provide in many other ways.
Yeah, because the father, to me, the father is an example of how a man or husband or father is supposed to act in the household. Because there's a lot of stuff that happens. Like, how did your father handle what the fuck situations in the house? If he saw water leaking from the bottom of the sink, did he jump out and spaz out, or he says, okay, hey, I need you to do this, I need you to do this, I need you to do this, and he kept everything calm, even though you had water shooting out all over the place? How did my father handle the little spat he had with the guy that was next door? How did my father handle this? And those are the examples that plays a great part in the development of both men and women, based on how the father, and we say the mothers too, but a lot of times, you know, that father has that ingrained expectation placed on him. How did my father handle this translate into how I should handle it as an adult?
Great point. Great point.
Because you know, with my son growing up, so we had a truck, and the truck had had some size to it. So I would always park closer to the far end of the parking lot, and I kept explaining to him, well, see, this is the reason is the truck is awkward as it is, and to prevent me from blocking everyone else, I just made sure, out of courtesy, I was out of everyone else's way. You don't park on the line, you don't take up two spots and all that type of stuff. You try to, you know, look out for everyone else, because if you know that you have something like, said, a truck of that nature, you need to be courteous. It's not, you know, everyone else is obligated to appease you just because you want to drive a big old truck and get in everybody else's way. So it's just a lot. The fathers play a lot, and unfortunately, I think, I know, here comes sexist statement. Y'all hold it down. I just think that just in Black America, fathers are seen more as tools than they are as being a father. Tools and utility than it is helping raise the children.
Yes.
I think maybe because, you know, in families, our families are different, right? Everybody's family is different. Depends on a lot of things. It could depend on who is the educated one in the household. So my dad didn't help me with schoolwork because my dad didn't go past third grade. My mom was the educated one in the family. But just because she was educated, like, you know, doesn't mean that she would beat up my dad about that. You know, my mother and father were married for, how old am I? 49 years. They actually would have been married 49 years this month if my dad hadn't passed last month, right? So everybody's household is different. But I also want to say that when it comes to this thing where you men think that you're tools, where aren't the woman a tool as well? Aren't we all in, like, the family structure? The woman is there to bear the children, you know. So instead of looking at it as a negative, that's just everybody playing their part. So, but we have a group of men who are here talking about, oh, the man is just about his money. Well, the man used to be, he was the head of the household. He was the one who financially took care of the family. Now today, that's not necessarily true, and that's because we do have women who work. And even if I made more money than my husband, right? He worked, I worked at some point. If I made more money than him, you know why he didn't care? Because I never threw it in his face. I never mentioned it. I wouldn't go and tell my girlfriends I make more money than my husband. Because my money is his money is my money.
I got something to say now. Not nothing against what you're saying, but it's a lot of men that feel insecure by women that make more money than them. I really don't care. And there's a lot of women that don't like men that they think they'll make a certain amount, because a lot of men are seen are selected due to their financial potential. A lot of men, due to their profession or status or money, are not usually selected by women. And I'm not saying all women, but that's a stigma that has existed in our community for a long time. And it's hard for a lot of brothers to want to change from that, because most men want their woman to respect them, and they feel that that's a heavy cross to bear if a woman can say, I do better than you, or who are you to tell me something? I pay the bills. That can hurt a man, a lot of men. And that's just my statements.
Right,
Yeah,
but what
also,
about, wait a minute, let me
also,
say this first. What about the man who complains about the woman using him as a tool? How is he to complain also when she makes more money than him? You see what I'm saying?
You got to elaborate on that so I can answer that, because I don't know. I got to explain what you mean by that. He complains being used as a tool. What do you mean? Explain.
Oh, Jack had mentioned, as far as being the money maker, the one who go out and work.
Yeah.
So
Men don't mind. I don't think men mind that, as long as a woman shows appreciation for what he does. And it's a lot of, I'm speaking from the man's perspective. From what I know, a lot of men don't feel appreciated for providing. A lot of women will say, you ain't doing nothing for me. But he like, I'm paying for the house, car, I'm paying for your kids. And she'd be like, it ain't nothing I can do by myself. I don't need you. So a lot of brothers have egos about that, because they're saying, look what I'm sacrificing. I'm working 2 jobs to make sure you live a good life. And that can be seen as painful. And I think that's why a lot of brothers are bitter, because a lot of brothers, like I said earlier, have been taught that if I make this much money, if I do this, women will just come to me. But then women, because they will say, well, we don't need that from you. But still, there's a lot of brothers that are good men that are not getting selected for whatever reason. And they're like, well, if you don't need it from us, why, I'm not making it. You still ain't selected me. So I'm winning. I'm losing no matter what I do. And it's just it's a perspective. It's not end all be all, but that's just the way I view it.
So let me say, go ahead, Jack. Go ahead.
What I've seen is, here goes another sexist statement. Y'all hold it down. You just have a lot of women. They want to be shot callers, but they don't want to. They don't want to have to put their head in the guillotine when whatever they shot call doesn't work out the way they want it to. So you have a lot of women, they'll say, well, I make the money, I make this, I make that, and I should be able to do this and do this here. It's like, all right, but understand, your decision don't work. You're going to have to take the consequences of it. And there's just a lot of women, they don't want that. But they want the man to jump in and fix the problem when her decisions don't work. And I see that a lot with the women that make a lot of money. Yeah, you make a lot of money, but you're also irresponsible with that money, and you're not the best household decision maker.
I agree with that.
Maybe you need to allow your husband or even live-in boyfriend to make this decision when it comes down to the finances and come down to this and come down to this and come down to this. Yeah, you are great at your job. You are a regional manager. Yeah, you hold you're accountable for a $5 million account. But sweetie, you make some dumbass damn household decisions.
I want to get on this. I gotta say,
wait, let me say this. Wait, but let me go ahead, Jack. Go ahead.
How about you let the husband or let the boyfriend make the decisions? Because it seems as though he's got a better head on his shoulder when it comes down to the household stuff.
But I don't know why, but listen. Most men deep down inside, they want to be the provider and protector, and we love our women. So deep down inside, even though we hate the term, men are simp for women that we love. If we love you, you can do damn near anything. And that's the problem, is that a woman knows she can make bad decisions, very, very bad decisions, economically, financially, whatever. Dude who loves her will take care of her. And a lot of women take advantage of that. Oh, I can't pay my rent, I can't pay my car payment, I can't, and the man will be like, oh, don't worry about it, baby. Because every man want to say, I'm Superman, I can take care of you. And then when he finds out that a woman didn't feel him like that, that's when the simp comes out. Because if he can control it and it's agreeable, then he's happy. But once he starts complaining and crying about it, everybody looking at him like, damn, he's stupid. So I agree with what Jack says. If men love to do for ladies, but a lot of women don't let men do it the way they want to do it. They start making bad economic decisions and bad financial decisions. Let's go on this trip. Let's go here. Let's buy that. And now the man is working 4 jobs, and when he can't support it, some women will leave the dudes, and then they're unhappy. But if you would just listen to the man in the first place and say, hey, baby, let's not buy this king size bed with the $2,000 mattress. Let's just buy the bed or get the bed from your parents that we can sleep on for a while until we stack some dough to do it. You know what I mean? So it's I understand it, and it's such a hard thing, and that's why I said we got to work together. Some women and some men work together, but you got some. I'm gonna say this wrong. This is not a sexist statement, but it's a lot of women pay attention to other women and they try to fit in so much that they put pressure on men to do stuff that's not beneficial for their relationships.
Right. And I see that on the men's side. I think what you all see on the female side, we women see on the male side. Because I see where there's women who have to take care of the kids and make sure that the food is in the house. You know, so she's making good financial decisions. She just don't have the money to, take care of everything. And there's some man who comes and he want to buy that Mustang or that, he want to get that particular type of car, that BMW that he can't really afford. See, because so you men, for us, it might be shoes and clothes and maybe trips. And for you all, it's usually cars and rims and, you know what I mean?
But see, here's the thing that I run into. I run into this a lot, and this shit pisses me the fuck off.
And motorcycles, since Jack talking.
I make okay money. It's decent. But the problem I run into is the women, they'll say, well, you're making this type of money and you have this type of job. You should be having this and you should be having that. And my thing is like, no, my deal is what I've got works. It fits my lifestyle. That money that I should be paying for a Mercedes, I should be paying towards a BMW. That money is going into the bank, or that money is holding down some other things. So the thing that you were saying about the buying the cars and stuff like that. A lot of times, a lot of these women, they see the man as a tool. Well, he's got this type of job. He can do this. He can help me get that Lexus that I always wanted. He can help me get that 2,500 square foot home. He can help me get this. He can help me get that. Instead of just being honest, do you really need a 2,500 square foot home? No. Do you really need a Mustang? I mean, no, you got me talking about a Mustang. Do you need a Mercedes? No. Do you need a $30,000 bedroom set? No. What you need is enough to make yourself feel comfortable, but you don't need to live extravagant. And bring the man in the picture is not about, and I had one dumbass that tried to do that. Bring a man in your picture so you can live a lifestyle in which you can't afford off of your. I
agree. What I'm gonna say that both men and women, whenever you try to give it somebody else, you should be thinking, how can I improve their life? How can I make their life better and easier? That's the question you should always ask. Whenever I deal with any woman, I'm saying, what can I do for her to make her life easier, better, and make her want to be around me? And women should be thinking the same thing. However, in my opinion, and I'm biased because I'm a man, I think more women think, what can I get from them and what can he do for me? Instead of saying, they might like him, what can I do for him to show him how awesome I am? That should be your thing. You should always be trying to show somebody how incredible, how awesome, and how beneficial I am for you to associate with me. So any lady that deals with me, I'm trying to make your life way, way better and easier and fun than it was without me. So you're like, damn, he's irreplaceable. And I think women should do the same, but more women, to me, and like I said, I'm biased, they seem to think, what can he do for me? Why, what can he do for me? Instead of, well, he's a great person. What can I do for him? What skills do I have to show? It should be mutually beneficial, reciprocal. We should both be gaining something. Not one person shouldn't be losing, so the other person should gain. We should both be gaining.
Charles, I'm going to speak for the women. You're displaying toxic masculinity, man. I'm messing with you.
I think when we use the term head of household, we need to look at what head of household is. The head of the household should be the brain. Not the head of the household should not be based on who makes the most money, but who makes the best decisions. Who's the one who knows what to do? Who's the strategist in a relationship?
Okay, I feel that.
That's who I think should be head of household at the end of the day, because at the end of the day, like the brother was just saying, how does the man act when something needs to be fixed or a freak accident happens? See, that determines who's the head or not. I don't think it's just determined off, you know, what how much money you can put up every month. It's not just based on that, because at the end of the day, like I said before, it's plenty of ain't shit men out here that got money. And that to me, when a guy just got money, but he's missing all the other parts, those are the worst type of men. And a lot of our women run into those types. They run into those types of dudes. The guy that could buy you the red bottoms, that drive the Benz, that got all that. But the other things that really matter to women is missing. But see, what I notice is you never really know what matters to a woman till you start dealing with them. You see, because a lot of women complain about men not being able to provide financially, but then when you go back and you start to listen and y'all start really having those conversations, it's not that they really want the guy to have money. They just want a guy to be responsible. They just want a guy to do what he say he gonna do. That's all it is at the end of the day.
Understood. Understood. I have something to say. I think about this, and this is my own personal issue, and this is my belief, and anybody can correct me at any time. But I am a man. That's how I view myself. That's my internal image, and I'm extremely logical. I'm extremely analytical, and I'm an optimist. So a lot of times when I deal with ladies, they may want me to be more compassionate, empathetic, and emotional, and that's not me. So I try to tell ladies, it's not that I don't love you, it's not that I don't care, but when you want emotional shoulder to cry on and cry with you, you got girlfriend from that. I can't be that, and a lot of women may get mad at that, but that's just not me. Listen, I hope you had a great day. But if I see you all the time, every day, you can't expect me to say, hey, sweetheart, how was your day? So how was work? Because if I see you, I think if something's wrong, you'll tell me. Then I'll listen. But I'm not a woman. So I'm not going to ask you about what happened on the Real Housewives of Atlanta. I don't give a shit. I don't care. Are you happy? Is everything good? You hungry? You got some food? Other than that, I'm great. So if you want a man to be a woman, you need to find one of these feminized dudes that's really bought into this new system of men not being masculine, but that can't be me. And I think a lot of women get angry at men because you want us to be more feminine. I don't have that capacity. I do have emotional side. I will listen. I have empathy. I care how you feel, but you can't expect me to always be a woman. And I think that's what frustrates a lot of ladies, because you think men should act like women. And I don't think women should act like men. We're not the same. I'm not saying we can have equality under the law. I can't say we can't be fair, but we are different, and we got to understand it and accept that and respect each other's differences.
Damn, I forgot what I was about to say, Charles. I was listening to you, man. You was good, man. Oh well, I'm
Sorry,
having a senior moment. It'll come back.
Well, I can always talk, but like I say, my whole thing is to like voluntary. I just enjoy any type of open dialogue where people don't get too aggressive. I can deal with people that troll. It doesn't matter. I'm not here to bash. I think ladies are great. I just think that we got to stop trying to change people. Be respectful. Make sure that people are on the same page, and don't be disingenuous, and don't try to force somebody else to be who they're not. If you want to be a Christian monogamous woman, be that. If you want to be Muslim and polygamous, be that. Just don't hurt other people. Don't rob. Don't steal. Don't misuse, mislead, cajole, steal. I said it twice. Don't get with people who don't have the same moralistic, ethical outlooks on you. And we should work together to solve the system. And just like women need to be protected, men need to be protected, and so do young men, and so do young women. And hopefully we can build a better world for our people, and so we can be much more in sync with the rest of the world. You understand what I mean? And they can stop using us as the examples of what is bad. I hate that.
Okay, now I remember what it was. One of my shit tests, and I do this with women that I know that earns more than me, to see where their mind is when it comes to taking care of the bills around the household. So I said, well, how about we do this? Well, if we were, we had been dating for a while, before I posed this. So I said, well, how about we do this? If we move in together, if we get married, since you earn how much you earn net, I earn how much I earn net, I'll figure out a way how to adjust the bills to the point where after all the bills are paid, you keep 40% of your net income and I keep 40% of my net income. How does that sound? I have yet to find a person that sat down and really thought about it, that, that's a fair deal. If my 40% is far greater than what he has, I'm still keeping, a bulk of my net income. But I get the ones, well, why don't we just pay half? Why don't you take care of this? Why don't you take care of that? And I'm like, the whole deal is you still get a chance to, reap reap the fruits of your labor from the hard work you do. It's just that both of us will walk away, pocketing 40% of our net income. I've yet to find a person that can get that in their mind, and that's one of my shit tests. Let me know, okay, this person's not on the same sheet of music I'm in when it comes to maybe us getting married and combining our money together. It's a shit test, I understand, but hey, I got to do what I got to do.
I don't.
Did bomb drop me again?
Nah, you still here? I hear you.
Yeah, I'm still here. I'm just cooking dinner. I'm making shrimp fried rice for the family.
That's great.
For the family. What about us?
I don't shit test anyone. I don't try to get anybody to do anything they don't want to do. I just do me, and I test myself. I don't test other people. I'm always saying to anyone I deal with, is this person worth my time? That's all I think. And if I'm dealing with them, then I'm saying, what can I do to help them out? But other than if they come to me, I'm always thinking, are they worth my time? And I don't shit test nobody because I get it, but I ain't got no tests. My test is to be me. And do I like you or do I not like you? And are you beneficial or not? That's it. That's all. I test myself. Why are you around this person, Charles? Are they helping you? Are they gonna be beneficial to you? That's it. That's how I think. But then me, I'm in the clouds. I hope everybody's great, and I think everybody's gonna be good. And then hopefully I can sniff out the bad ones and just run away fast like the Flash. Like I'm lightning.
I think this was a great conversation. You know what I mean? Where we could see where men and women can have a conversation, even if we disagree. We still can try to understand one another. So I guess I have another question for you men. When y'all say things like, well, most women are doing this and that, are you going by the hearsay of what other men have said, or have you witnessed these things? Because I still think it comes down to us older generation telling the younger generation things that may not necessarily be true anymore. What y'all think about that?
Repeat that again. I got lost.
You don't count because you're in our generation, the older generation. But I'm asking the younger men, when they say things like, well, the women are cheating more than men, or the women are being more irresponsible, are they taking that, or are they saying that because they've witnessed this, or is it just one of those things you hear? You've heard it so many times that you actually think it's true. Because I think that, the older men are actually educating younger men, and what they're saying isn't necessarily true. Remember, you got some old men who couldn't get one of the younger women to save their lives. So when they tell you that you shouldn't like these younger women because they can't cook or they're irresponsible, are you witnessing these things with your own eyes, or are you taking it other people's word? Does that make sense? Did I ask that right?
Yeah, it makes sense. And I'm gonna just say this. Um, when I hear stuff, from older gentlemen, I listen to how they say it, because sometimes you could listen to how a person say stuff to tell whether they've been through it or whether they're just regurgitating other people talking points, or sometimes if they're just angry, they just coming up with these angry, miserable theories. I'm gonna say this. I've dated a woman that was younger than me. And the reason why it didn't work out with me is because what Charles was saying, she was going left, I was going right. You see, it wasn't that, oh, something was really wrong with her. I shouldn't have, I got a lot of backlash dealing with her in a relationship because I shouldn't have been dealing with her because we was on two separate planes. And I had to realize that, you know, years later when I got with another woman and I realized like, damn, I ain't had no business, you know, dealing with no younger woman because at the end of the day, a younger woman, a lot of younger women wouldn't fit my criteria. There was certain things that that younger woman lacked that I looked past. Like Jack was saying earlier. Oh, I'll worry about that later. I was putting a lot of, the things that I wanted on the back burner. And at the end of the day, I was doing that just for sex. I'm just being real. I was putting the things that I really wanted in having a girl, I was putting that stuff on the back burner because I was getting sex. And I enjoyed the sex. So a lot of the things that mattered to me, I put on the back burner. So it wasn't just the fact that, oh, you shouldn't date young women, because there's a lot of young women out here that's doing their thing. So it's all about where y'all going. If she's going left, let her go left. Like Charles said, if I'm going right and you going left, I'm gonna let you go left. I'm not going to try to sway your perception for you to go right with me. I'm gonna let you go left and I'm gonna go right. And I had to learn that. I had to learn that because a lot of the issues that we had in our relationship came from me trying to get her to realize that we should be going right. And it's wrong to do that, so that's just, that's my answer to that question. It's not the fact that you shouldn't really deal with young women. It ain't got nothing to do with that. It's about the type of young woman she is, because there's a lot of young women out here that got their shit together, that got their mind right, and if they're willing to go right, if you going right.
I don't know if this is a problem, but a lot of women are brought up today to lead, especially black women. So it's kind of hard for them to be subservient or submissive to a man because they feel they should be leading and men don't know what they're talking about and men should follow them. And who am I or anyone else to tell them that they're wrong in their thoughts? We may not agree with it, but to their own subjective opinion, they are correct in their thoughts. And that causes a lot of friction between relationships between men and women, because a lot of men in their soul believe they should lead, and a lot of women think that they should lead. So when you got two people both trying to lead, it causes dysfunction. Somebody has to figure out who should be the leader in every situation, and sometimes it won't be the man. Sometimes the woman will be the leader, and if the man wants that, then that's him, and vice versa. So working it out is always the complex situation, and hopefully people can come to agreeable resolutions that doesn't cause more dysfunction and disharmony. And that's what I would always hope for.
I'm going to touch real quick on the thing of submission. That's one of the questions that I ask, because I go deeper than just the word submission. I always ask people, are you talking about submitting to the sexual gratification of being in a relationship, or are you do you want to submit to the responsibilities and the expectations of being so I always say spouse, because my biggest thing is eventually becoming a spouse, not just living together. Or are you submitting to do you want to submit to the responsibilities and the expectations of being a spouse and being a parent? Because I see a big disconnect, because there's a lot of women, they don't mind submitting to the sexual gratification of being in a relationship. They love the sex.
Yeah.
But when you start talking about the responsibilities of being a spouse, the financial part, and
we're on the same page. I think that a lot of I'm a man, I'm biased, so, and I speak for certain women, not a lot probably, but it seems like a lot of women to me don't want the wife duties. They want the wife rewards, they want the wife position, but they don't want the responsibilities of wife, but they want the man. and this is subjective. They want the man to do the husband responsibilities and chores without giving him the authority of being a husband. They want the title and position of wife without the responsibility. And that's what I mean by submission. If you're going to be a wife, then if you believe in a certain aspect or structure, then a wife has certain roles and the husband has certain roles, whatever roles you guys agree with. But hey, if I'm going to work 3 or 4 jobs so you can take it easy and protect the kids and stay home and do that, then I need you to, make a meal and keep the house clean if you want that. Now, if you want me to be Mr. Mom and stay at home, then I got to accept the role and responsibilities that you say about that. That's not what I would want, but there's some men out there that want that, and I'm not going to knock them for their things. But most people can't come to an agreement of how their roles should be, and that's the problem. A lot of men and women don't even agree upon what roles are which, and they don't know what role they should play in relationships, and that is what causes dissension. You should know what you want. You should know what you're looking for, and you should know what you want to accomplish in being together. So I think a lot of women want a certain thing and a lot of men want a certain thing. And when they're both not getting what they want, then there's animosity, friction, and then there's separation. And if you want congruentiveness, if you want to come together, then you need to agree that you guys are on the same path, on the same road, heading to the same destination. You can't be getting off on exit 112 and I want to get off on exit 128 because somebody getting left. You know what I'm saying?
I can agree with that, because each household, their key to success is going to be different than the others. So both parties need to figure out what's going to work and, be consistent. Yeah, you're going to need some changes. You're going to need some readjustment, but focus on what's needed for your 4 corners and not be concerned about how everybody else is doing it. Because at the end of the day, once you're laying on your deathbed, you're going to think about what I did and what I didn't do. So that's really, that to me, that's all that matters. And not being so stuck up on this word submission. It's just when a lot of women hear the word submission, they think